Call the meeting to order. Agenda, any additions or deletions? Robin?
I just was wondering, on the agenda, we've got item number 11.7 is the Urban Community Resource Center submissions. I'm just wondering if we can move that up. We've got people in the gallery today, and I feel like it would be more appropriate to have that potentially following Delegation 5. Unless we're just to keep everything contained so that they can be here for conversation pertaining to why they're here.
I hear what your ask is, but we have a very busy day with the delegations and the 1 o'clock meeting for everything, so we're trying to keep everything on track the way it is. It was thought of when I put it together, but this is the only way I can make it work with all the extra delegations that came in. So it'll have to stay where it's at. Any other questions or comments? Michelle's moving the agenda. Vote. That's carried. All right, public hearing. Need a motion to open the public hearing. Lloyd, vote. That's carried. All right, I am going to go to 2227. Becky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as you said, bylaw 2022/27 land use amendment. Ramanjit Sangha has submitted application 22A13 to reclassify an existing parcel from an agricultural district 2 to highway commercial district. The existing title is 12.5 acres or 30.95 acres in size. The property is located within Southwest 4, 15-9 west of the 4th. If the land use amendment is approved, then the applicant's intent is to apply for the construction and operation of a gas station and fuel card lock. The property is located along Highway 1, west of the hamlet of Suffield. The proposed reclassification area will have direct and immediate access from the old Trans-Canada Highway. The proposed reclassification area is currently vacant, and there are no oil or gas wells within 100 meters of the proposed reclassification area. The proposed parcel is located outside of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan boundary and outside the boundary of the hamlet of Suffield Area Structure Plan. The entire property is being proposed for reclassification, therefore there is no subdivision associated with this application. The South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states that municipalities are responsible for the planning and development processes that ensure land is available for development, such as residential, commercial, and industrial lands, municipal roads, and water and wastewater treatment facilities to accommodate population growth. Decision makers in the region will need to deliberately cooperate and coordinate their planning to meet the physical and social infrastructure needs of their communities and to ensure quality of life for all residents is enhanced in thriving urban and rural communities. The Municipal Development Plan directs Council as follows. Section 4.2, Employment Areas. The County will direct industrial, commercial, and institutional development that requires municipal services to those areas as identified as major employment areas within the generalized development concept. The county should encourage a range of commercial and industrial lot sizes and county-accepted servicing standards to be located within those areas identified as major employment areas as a method to attract diverse industries and businesses. The county may support development in areas designated as major employment areas through cost sharing, the preparation of an ASP, or by front-ending the construction of new or the upgrading of municipal infrastructure to support development and then partially or wholly recovered by offset levies or other cost recovery mechanisms. Infrastructure upgrades or expansion should occur where there is either an existing area structure plan or as part of the adoption of a new area structure plan process and an economic development funding strategy adopted by Council. The county shall require that developments provide on-site servicing for their development and that it meets all applicable regulations in the land use bylaw and applicable Cypress County design guidelines and construction standards. Section 4.2, local services. The county will encourage light industrial, commercial, and institutional uses to locate in county hamlets, communities, and other accessible locations to provide for the everyday needs of area residents and businesses and opportunities for local employment where compatible with surrounding land uses. At the time of writing this report, there were no written objections or comments received from any of the adjacent landowners. I did receive comments from our Public Works Department after this report was written, so I will just read that to you. And that was from our Utilities Department. They have no conflicts with the proposal. It is outside of the hamlet boundaries, so there will be no water or sewer services that connect to Suffield water sewer systems. And I received comments from Alberta Transportation, and they replied that the proposed development falls within the permit area of a provincial highway as outlined in the Highways Development and Protection Act or regulation, and will require a permit from Alberta Transportation. Alberta Transportation offers the following comments and observations with respect to the proposed land use amendment. Pursuant to Section 618.31 of the Municipal Government Act, the Department expects that the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways in an ALSA plan, if applicable. Number 2, pursuant to Section 618.41 of the Municipal Government Act, the Department expects that the municipality will mitigate impacts of traffic generated by developments approved in the local road connections to the highway system in accordance with Policy 7 of the Provincial Land Use Policies. Number 3, the application can be submitted through the RPath portal and may be subject to additional requirements. And number 4, a traffic impact assessment shall be prepared by a qualified transportation professional in accordance with Alberta Transportation Guidelines. The TIA will provide information regarding the traffic that could be generated by the proposed development and will identify any necessary upgrades to the highway intersection. If upgrades are required, a geometric assessment must be prepared for the highway intersection based off the recommendations of the TIA. This geometric assessment must also provide a comprehensive design report, including pavement design and intersection design, to allow a permit to be issued for its construction, which must be completed to the standards of and at no cost to Alberta Transportation. Upgrades to the highway intersection must be completed prior to occupancy of the development. A separate approval will be required for the construction of the highway upgrades. So moving on to my recommendation, and that is approval, as the proposal complies with the human development under the implementation of the plan of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan and Section 4.2 of the Municipal Development Plan. And that is my report.
Thank you, Becky. Is there any questions for the Assistant Planner from Council at this time? Not seeing any. Are there any comments from anyone for or against this proposed bylaw? Do you have any comments for your... You're good? Okay. Is there anybody against? Not seeing any. I will now call for any final submissions from those who feel they have not had the opportunity to be fully participate in the public hearing. Not seeing any. This public hearing for 2022-27 is concluded and no further submissions will be accepted. 2023-01, Becky.
Thank you. So Matt Ersman has submitted application 22A16 to reclassify a 5.58 hectare or 13.8 acre parcel from Agricultural District 1 to Country Residential District 1. The existing title is 12 hectares or 29.78 acres in size. The property is located within the southeast 23-12-5 west of the 4th, Plan 9511070, Block 1, Lot 3. If the land use amendment is approved, then the applicant's intent is to apply to the Municipal Planning Commission for subdivision approval to create 3 separate titles. The property is located along Range Road 51A, approximately 3 kilometers south of Highway 41A and approximately 3 kilometers west of Highway 41. Both the proposed reclassification area and the remainder of the agricultural title gain direct and immediate access from an existing approach from Range Road 51A. The proposed reclassification area contains an established residence and farmyard, while the remainder of the agricultural title contains dryland pasture. Existing country residential parcels surround the reclassification area to the east, west, and to the north. Ross Creek runs on the west and north boundary of the property, and there are no oil or gas wells in proximity to the proposed reclassification area. The proposed reclassification area is located within the rural development area of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan. Under considerations, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states that municipalities are to identify their agricultural land and to limit fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. Under the implementation section of the plan, Section 5, Efficient Use of Land, it states that the land use framework promotes approaches to reduce the amount of land that is taken up by permanent or long-term development by utilizing the minimum amount of land necessary. In Section 2.10, Rural Development Area of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan states that the intent of the area is to allow for a variety of land uses that capitalize on the natural attributes of the area, where they are compatible with existing land uses, provide on-site sewage disposal systems, and do not require large volumes of potable water. This includes general agricultural operations, multi-parcel country residential, farmsteads, and home occupations. Multi-parcel country residential development in this area is preferred to other residential uses. Reduced residential parcel sizes are encouraged to retain the balance of agricultural, extensive recreational, and/or other open space. Section 4.1.24 Subdivision Tri-Area IDP of the Municipal Development Plan states that the county shall follow all applicable policies within the Tri-Area IDP related to subdivision for the lands within the IDP boundary. At the time of writing this report, I hadn't received comments from the city or the town of Redcliffe, but I did get them after the fact. The town of Redcliffe reviewed the proposal as presented and offers no comments. And the city of Medicine Hat reviewed, and they have no concerns. It appears to be consistent with the IDP policy. Overall parcel density is about half that identified in the IDP for the rural development area, and no area structure plan is required for the 3 lots. Also appears to be more than 500 meters from the sand and gravel area. And at the time of writing this report, no comments were received from any of the adjacent landowners. So moving on to my recommendation, that's approval. As the proposal complies with the agricultural strategy under the implementation of the plan of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan and Section 2.10 Rural Development Area Policy of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan. And that is my report.
Thank you, Becky. Does anybody have any questions for the assistant planner? Not seeing any. Are there any comment? Oh, sorry, Dustin, go ahead.
So with those proposed lots, would they be accessed directly off 51A or would they have an internal service road?
When we take this forward to the subdivision stage, we will gather comments from Public Works, but there is a proposed access right-of-way between, I guess that'd be the second and third lot, so potentially that could provide access to the 3 lots, or they could gain access from Range Road 51A.
Yeah, I guess I was looking more for that remaining title, so that is an access road in between. Okay, that's good, thanks.
Any other questions? Jeffrey, you got a question?
No, just a comment. I think the way Range Road 51A acts right now, it's almost very similar to what an internal service road would be for the remainder of the country residential subdivision that's further to the east. So essentially having direct access to all 3 of those parcels, would be consistent with what the rest of the subdivision to the east is. So,
Thank you for that. Any other comments? Not seeing any. Are there any comments from anyone for or against the proposed bylaw? Hear you. you have any comments on it, or? Just take the seat and state your name for the record, please.
My name is Trent Ersman. Me and my father are the ones who put in this proposal. There would be an access road for the three altogether and done by whatever regulations you had, like for pavement and stuff like that. It was all worked out in the plan we've already made up if this goes through.
Perfect. That'll be the MPC stage, but thank you for that information. Is there anybody else against or for? I'm not seeing anybody. I'll now call for any final submissions, and for those who feel they have not had the opportunity to be fully participating in the public hearing. Not seeing anyone. The public hearing for bylaw 2023-01 is concluded, and there will be no further admissions. Thank you.
Should we let them know we won't talk about it until 1:30?
Yeah. So that probably won't come back until about 1:30 because we have such a busy schedule today. Just to give you a heads up. Right?
Yeah.
Correct. We have all this other first. It might come, she says. Okay, I need a motion to close the public hearing. Richard's making that motion. Vote. That's carried. Yeah, he's all right anyhow. All right, minutes from last meeting. Everybody read them? Blaine's moving them. Any questions on them? Vote. Maybe we are ahead of schedule. Yeah, actually go get them since we're ahead of schedule. Please, thank you. 6.1, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is a request from the Southeast Alberta Rural Crime Watch Association. They would like to come to council and provide an update on the activities of the association.
Dustin's moving that. Any questions on it? Just for delegation. Vote. Sorry. That's carried. Sorry about that, guys. We're ahead of schedule, so. 7.1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The public hearing has now concluded for bylaw 2022-27. The recommended motion is to approve second and third for council's consideration.
Thank you, Tara Lynn. Dustin's moving second. Any questions or comments? Not seeing any? Vote. That's carried. Michelle's moving third. Vote. That's carried. 7.2, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2023-01 Land Use Amendment. The public hearing has now concluded. The recommended motion is that second and third reading occurs as per council's consideration.
Jane's moving second. Any questions or comments? Vote. That's carried. Keith is moving third. Vote. Let's read, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2023-05, speed limit. The recommended motion is that council approve first, second, and third readings of Bylaw 2023-05 as presented. At the January meeting, council directed administration to bring back the speed limit bylaw to include speed limit reduction on Range Road 55.
Richard's moving first reading. Vote. That's carried. Somebody want to move second reading? Lloyd is moving second reading. Right now. Robin?
So at our last meeting, we had this conversation. We had the idea of lowering the speed limit brought up based on one individual's concern and without entertaining the discussion surrounding methodology, why we would make these decisions, and consulting with those that are in the area. I also think that this is a dangerous bylaw because of the fact that we're operating as though council discretion is all that it takes, and I think that that's not right. There's a lot of different areas in the county that also have this type of density, and for that I'll be voting against this in the second motion, and we'll be against it for the third to even have it. So we need to take our role seriously, and consultation is a huge part of that. I think that it's going to be the theme of today, is that speaking and involving the public and being open and having an active role in maintaining and pursuing public trust is what we need to be focusing on, and pushing this through as it is. I think that goes against exactly what that is.
Anybody else want to speak? Dustin?
I wasn't here at the last meeting when this came forward, but I'll echo with Robin a little bit there. I don't take a letter from one person as having proper consultation on this. I did send Leslie Ann a video. I don't know if it came through or not, but I drive this road quite constantly. It's the way I always go to town. And it was funny because I drove it. It was probably the busiest I had ever seen it that day, but still, to me, not a very busy road that would justify a speed limit decrease down to 60 kilometers an hour. If we're looking at taking and doing reductions on roads like this, we have a lot of roads to consider. It had been brought forward in the past about Township Road 120 and through the dip, where it's way more dense and way more intersections that are in a confined area, and we disregarded that one for the same regard. So to me, it doesn't seem like a proper place to take and do this. So I don't know if that video loaded or not. Leslie Ann, I kind of had to send it in a weird way because it was so big, but don't mind my noisy old farm truck. So this was at, I think about 2:30 in the afternoon. Going south, yeah. So essentially I drove from the county line to where the proposed speed limit reduction would start. There's quite a few vehicles, but I just happened to run into a few cement trucks, which aren't a very common thing either, I find. But it's kind of the reason I'm against it. I don't find the traffic is super dense on that road. So just figured I'd bring that forward for your guys' consideration.
Shane?
have a problem with, just reacting on one comment. I look at the traffic count, it comes up later on in the chief administration's report, of 1,200 to vehicles to 1,100 vehicles per day on our traffic counts. But, we're opening up the door, like it was brought up about the 120, going through the dip there. Where do we stop? There's a lot of busy roads, and we can't keep dropping it everywhere. People get confused when you go from 60 to 80 to 60 to 80. It's confusing. I know what it was like when they're trying to put up road construction signs. Too many get confusing. Up and down, up and down.
Yeah, I also brought up a concern whether it was necessary to change that spot too, because, you're coming off of South Boundary Road and it's 80 on all the rest of the roads going into the 120, so not quite sure if we need to keep, like Shane said, changing them and interrupting traffic.
Richard?
It was brought forward to my attention because there's kids that are using that road to ride into Medicine Hat. The other part was that how much of an inconvenience are the the motorist having to put up with to drop 20 kilometers an hour for that short distance is if you look at the amount of traffic, which is 1,200 and some vehicles, you look at a little bit of what I would call personally, a little bit of an inconvenience for the people in their vehicles that are driving that. Probably, I don't know, Dustin, do you think a couple of minutes, 10 minutes longer? What do you think? Anyway, it's just, to me, it was a safety issue, and I said, for sure, I'd bring it forward, and if council's not ready to go that way, fine. I think you have to look at every situation differently. We lowered it along the desert, in front of Desert Bloom residence, mostly because there was a trail along there, and that was just part of some of the requirements. We've looked at other ones, not a fair comparison at all to look on the 120. Most people know how heavy that traffic is on there, and we do encourage people to stay off it, whether pedestrians or bicycles. But when we had a conversation about the 120 and that dip in the road, the residents were quite concerned about the jake brakes that were going on and off, and Dustin and I both suggested to them that if you would lower a speed limit like that, in the middle of a section, the jake brakes will even be worse because they'll have to throw them on before they go down into that depth. So it's a different comparison. But somebody was concerned. It was a safety item. We did the proper procedure. We looked at the amount of traffic, and if council doesn't feel that there's an issue there, well, that's good. Then they vote.
Robin?
I think that the point that I was making earlier is that we didn't go about the proper procedure if we are talking about consulting people along that area, and what is the methodology that we use in order to justify decisions that we make. The irony of the conversation that we had at the last meeting was that we talked about this and it passed to come as a bylaw, but right immediately following there was a conversation about sanding an intersection or sanding an area of road, and the statement was made that we have a good policy in place and that we can't allow for one-offs to be happening. And so I think that what is good governance is council having policies in place that if you have an area of road that there's criteria that is met in order to justify why we would put that in place. And so that may, support, the case that you're making and prohibit other areas from being considered. And at the same time, it can be something that this becomes precedent setting anyways, because if this happens, then what stops somebody else from putting it forward? And so if there is, desire along that road to have that reduced, then we should be taking it to the people. So, yeah, that's where I'm at with that. To me, this is a principle of process and council, not just unilaterally deciding to lower a speed limit because we think that's what we should do.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor for first reading. Second reading, sorry.
A recorded vote on this too, please.
It is recorded up there. Any other questions on it? Leslie Ann?
As a point of clarification, we actually have 2 additional amendments to the schedule. I don't know if you would like to amend it, or administration could just bring back the entire bylaw with the removal of those two speed limits.
Yeah, I think that it would be best just to defeat and bring it back. I don't see there being a time sensitive.
Is there something needed on this bylaw right now?
No, it can be brought back at the next meeting, for sure.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor for second reading. Vote. Mr. Want? That's not carried. Council can bring, or staff will bring it back. Time for one more, 7.4, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2023-07. The recommended motion that council approve first, second, and third readings for bylaw 2023-07, local improvement tax. The initial bylaw was approved in 2021, confirming Cypress County's intent to proceed with the local improvement agreement. This was later revised once guaranteed quote was completed in the fall of 22 prior to the work being completed. As the actual cost, excuse me, as the actual cost to complete the project came in below the guaranteed quote, council is being presented with a revised bylaw based on the financial and final information. Once approved, this local improvement will be effective and applied to the beginning of the 2023 tax year. And this is located in the hamlet of Walsh.
Thank you. It's the one we've already done. Somebody move. Blaine's moving first. Vote. That's carried. Shane's moving second. Any comments on it? Pretty straightforward, just downsizing what it was before. Vote. It's carried. Dustin's moving to have third. Vote. Carried. Richard's moving third. Vote. That's carried. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll get into our delegations. We're going to start our delegations. We have one at 10:30 here from the Alberta teachers. So how this will work, you have 10 minutes to speak and give us your presentation. After that, we will have 5 minutes to ask you guys questions. It's for you to present, not for you to ask questions. But Leslie Ann, are you ready to start everything? Okay. All right.
First of all, thank you very much for allowing us to be here. And it was a dangerous thing actually giving me a mic, just so you know. At Eagle Butte High School, and Dustin would know this, they would never allow me the mic, so I'm very excited. But truly, it really is an honor for us to be here. I'm going to introduce Jocelyn first. She's been taking the lead on this, and there's components that I will add as we go along. So I want to introduce Jocelyn at this point, and she will take the lead there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you for allowing us to be here to propose this race in the Dunmore area to you. So first, the purpose of us being here is to ask permission to conduct a race in the Dunmore area to raise money for Halo Air Ambulance. I think when it comes to Halo Air Ambulance and why we would want to raise money for them, I think it's pretty self-explanatory, as when we were sitting around the table as teachers trying to decide what we wanted to support this year, we started talking and all of us knew at least one student or staff member or family member of a student whose life had been saved by Halo Air Ambulance. And being a rural area, it's so important that we have this service for our students and for our families. Within the immediate area, other than the obvious support of Halo Air Ambulance, some of the other economic benefits for this run are going to be the new owners of Rusty's. I believe it's called CJ's now. The ATA local is planning a race social there as well, so that will bring some economic benefit to the town of Dunmore itself. The Eagle Butte Cross Country team is also being given a bursary from the ATA local for their help in running and planning for this run, as well as any other advertising potential for local businesses. We've talked to quite a few people within the community as well, and they seem really interested in having this run. In the Medicine Hat and Cypress County area, we have a large running community. And so we currently do not have what's called a moonlight run in Lethbridge, and we want to provide this for all of the runners in our area. So some of the race details. So potentially, given the size of the community and looking at the turnout for the Moonlight Run in Lethbridge, there's a potential to be up to about 200 to 400 runners. We are going to have numerous volunteers. The race distances there's going to be a 5 kilometer and a 10 kilometer option this year. 5 kilometer would be a run walk. 10 kilometer we would suggest that everybody runs, just because of the amount of time it takes for 10 kilometers. The Eagle Butte High School is supporting us with the race package pickup and finish area and allowing us access to the building for the run.
So I'll add with regard to that, the idea as well is if there are walkers can obviously walk it as well. There's many athletes that will walk, run a race and do very well. And the idea is to be able to allow many people in the community to do this. So, and there's a long history in our county of runners and success, as you guys well know, at Eagle Butte, at Irvin, that's 7 persons, and through all their junior highs as well. They've done very well. And this is another opportunity for our youth, as well as people well in their 80s, 90s that actually run as well, to provide this opportunity in our own backyard or front yard, however you look at it. So that's another wonderful thing we're looking to add as well to this race.
Sure, you can do the routes.
So, when we plan a route, this is, I've been doing this now since I've been about 20 years old. I was when I grew up in Fort McMurray, as you got older, you took more responsibility with the rugby club. So I used to do the rugby road race there. I've organized provincial championships directly, actually, in the Cypress County in Elkwater in 2011. We had about 2,000 people come to Elkwater that weekend, and they loved the area, and so they got to know Cypress County. And one of the big things for me when we had our shirts, I wanted to be a race locale to be Dunmore, Cypress County, Alberta. That was on our race. That was the thing that I wanted to have to make sure to give our local flavor to what we're about and who we are. That was my thing when we were doing the race shirts. I wanted that on the shirts to show where Eagle Butte High School is. Now the route, there's a couple things here. When you got that many people, you need space for them to start. And when our biggest thing is down the 120 by the school, going onto the path, and then as you can see where it turns around and does a counterclockwise route. And so everything here, I've probably ridden this route, ridden probably 100 times now in the last couple years with my team. And so we want to make it as efficient as possible. And the big thing is safe as possible, so on, with minimum closures. That's why we chose this route. It wasn't just a random thing. It was something that I thought about a lot about doing this, and the 10K as well. So.
Okay. So you have pictures of the 5 and the 10K routes. So some of the things that we are going to provide, we will be providing the course marshals at all of the road crossings in safety vests in order to direct the runners to the appropriate paths that they should be taking. We will ensure that there is first aid on site and of course signage for any of the community members or people that are going to be on the roads as well. When it comes to any of the blockages of the roads, as soon as the last person is through, we will of course remove any of the barriers or any of the types of things that might inhibit traffic flow. Should be within about 45 to 90 minutes, so it shouldn't be a long period of time as it is only 5K or a 10K. Providing water stations, of course, as well as garbage cans and appropriate disposal of any garbage that we have out there, as well as we'll ensure that there is insurance for the run as well. So some of our requests for this, of course, is permission to run the event. We will need to temporarily close some of the routes just for safety. Residents, of course, will still have access. We won't be blocking that off. Access to Dunmore, Range Road 120 to Eagle Butte Road from about...
There's 2 minutes left.
6:30 to 9 p.m. And this is on April 1st, 2023. If possible, any use of barriers or any assistance with parking assistance and permissions. And I am done. Thank you very much.
Ooh, under your time limit.
That's why they brought me.
Does anybody have any questions for the delegation? Robin?
Awesome, thank you for the presentation. My question is, it looks like the start would be happening kind of at the high school on the Eagle Butte, and then it's really only from the start to where it turns off onto that path, I'm assuming. Is it the pathway that would be utilized to kind of go west once you turn off the Eagle Butte? Once they do the circuit and they come back into the other side of Dunmore, will they be utilizing the path on the, what would it be, the east side of the Eagle Butte, or will they be utilizing the Eagle Butte itself?
Yes, I've anticipated that question. There's a hope here as far as we've 400 runners coming at the Eagle Butte parking lot, that we can make that work. And then we're going to be on the road going down, as I said, going on the west side. The hope would be, if we're going to access that road, if we could actually start on the road, that would make things much more manageable and safer for the runners and so on. And as we well know, if you got more space, obviously there's more opportunity for those runners to get out and get going. Yes, absolutely. Our goal is as soon as we get across that road, going on the east side, coming back up the trail, and that's where we want to, again, minimize, that's where we chose the route to minimize the amount of traffic that we would affect in a.
So the Eagle Butte basically becomes the whole shot.
100%, yeah.
And then by the time that they're returning to the other side, the group is spaced out enough that you can utilize the pathway versus the actual roadway.
Absolutely, and then as a runner, those are things that I have to think about. As a safety, I have to think about, and then of course, for the Dunmore area in Cypress County, those are all things that I took into consideration when planning the route. So
Eagle Butte impact is really concentrated to the start.
Correct, yeah, and so that's what I've said, if we can move the start over, depending on the number of runners, that would work, but we chose that to show that we can be flexible, obviously, and so that, I think, is that good? I think
that answers my question.
Wonderful, thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Shane?
So how long, if you start on Eagle Butte Road, how long do you expect the Eagle Butte to be shut down for?
So, as we said, if we start on Eagle Butte Road, that would be shut down for the whole thing. Okay, so for that amount of time, let's say, we would start on Eagle Butte Road, we go left, and so you're looking about having a shutdown at least a half an hour before the race starts. It's right to create that start area. Then, once the race starts, majority of the people, the slowest person would take 12 minutes a kilometer, because it's about a kilometer down, to go left. And then after that, if we had to, we could, I guess, open it. It wouldn't be ideal, but now we can manage with people going across the road and stop signs, we could manage that after that. So if you're looking at us really making things finite, an hour in that situation, particularly on the warm-up and people coming out. And again, the big thing for us, we want to make this a really positive experience. Show off Dunmore, show off the Cypress County. That's the whole intent here as well. And many communities have races, so my brain always thinks 30 years down the road, we're having the 30th annual Halo Run. There's people now coming from Saskatchewan, Swift Current, and now they're coming to us. They're seeing what we've done. And what we do then reflects on what Cypress County is all about, showing what we do there. So that's how I see this as well. Did I answer your question? Well, I probably went but the idea would be...
You're saying roughly about an hour.
Roughly about an hour, and then we can cross. So, yeah, thank you. Okay.
Yep.
Well, thanks, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. According to safety, though, I think we're probably going to have to shut it down the whole time, though, because you're crossing the Eagle Butte, like at the back end, right?
Where the crosswalk is.
Like across right here. Like where the safety buzz is. You're still going to cross there, right?
Yeah, and then, like I said, we understand that traffic could move when we have the guards there, but ideally, if we could have it shut down for that time. Remember, I know we're asking, and so I'm trying to figure out what we can have and so on without asking for the world. But if we had that time frame from 6:30 to 9, then that would be the ideal. Not 9, sorry. But an hour and a half, we said. So 6:30 to 8:30, 2 hours. That would be the ideal. We can manage, because in Medicine Hat, like I was fortunate enough to run the Calgary Marathon, and they shut things down, and there's things that are open and closed there as well. So I understand. Like I said, I'm trying to figure out how much we can use. The ideal, 2 hours would be the ideal. But we also understand that people have to move and so on. Obviously, if it's emerging vehicles, those are always priorities, so.
Right, like you're not really taking up the spot going into the gas station and stuff.
No, that was intentional, in fact, that was planned not to take the spot up there. We have the barriers across. So as I said, I done a lot of research on the area and made sure that we're going to, even by the restaurant there or the bar, made sure that we wouldn't impact that at all. And so those are the barriers, with regards to that.
Looks good. I have to agree with you. It probably would make sense to close that whole stretch till the race was over.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Dustin?
Mr. Smith, if you could you just describe the comparison to like the Moonlight Run for the route they take? Because I know in Lethbridge, I've done it before where they like close down Scenic and whatnot, so just so you have they have a comparable for that.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a wonderful idea, Mr. Vossler. So the Moonlight Run, they shut downtown completely. I can't remember the building that they do, but they go downtown, they go right down the valley. So they close all the roads off right in the center of downtown. There's about 2 roads they close off, sorry. 2 roads they close off, so they ensure from about 4 till about 9, they have all the roads closed off, directly affecting the race. And so, people go around downtown and then go up Drive. So that they do that for about 5 hours to get the timers and things like that going. So that's about how long the Lethbridge shuts their roads down for. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So you would have everybody off by 9 o'clock?
So we start at 7. You're looking, 2 hours typically. Walkers probably take about 2 hours to run the 10K, to run the 10K. That's worst case scenario. You always have the X factor. If someone gets injured and they want to finish and things like that. But also in that situation, we would probably, one thing we mentioned, we'd have someone on a bike that would have access, and then they would go with them, and we would know that someone's with them. There's always those situations that we don't know, and you guys are well aware of that. There's things that you are unforeseen. But I've kind of looked at that as well, so yeah.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any questions? Steve?
Thanks for the presentation. Just in regards to your traffic control persons, have you considered whether they would get any kind of training or direction?
In the sense of training, we would obviously, so that's a great question as usual as well. One, yeah, we would definitely be speaking with them, going over any protocol, in the sense, you may have someone that wants to get through and they want to get through. So in those situations, we would direct them politely and respectfully, allow them through if you have to, because we know we don't want someone to get upset. And we would have a meeting with them prior to the event. The goal is for me to have my parent volunteers, voluntold rather, and they would be there, and also they would manage a group in those situations. Yeah, and again, we want to make it as positive as possible, and that's, Stephen, that's a great question as well. But those are things that we must make sure that we have them ready and able to be with that. Of course, the vests on and so on. So yeah, yeah. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. That'll come up further. We'll look into it in the future. I don't think it's on this agenda, but it'll be on our next one. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
All right, 5.2.1, Lions Club. Who do we have coming forward for the Lions Club to speak? Okay, just need you to state your name for the records, and you guys have 10 minutes to speak. There'll be a timer up there for you to watch so you can see when your time is. After your presentation is done, we'll have 5 minutes for you to ask questions from council. Oh, just push the bar right in front and the red light will come on. There you go. Yeah. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Bollinger. I'm the president of the Irvine Lions District Lions Club. As was stated in a letter that was presented to council back in January, we encourage development in Irvine, but if that means destroying the park that's existing there, that's totally unacceptable to us. We have maintained the park for many years and have done, we think, a very good job of it. We are not opposed to the library resource center as is. but are opposed only to the location of the resource center as it would replace the park as it is. A more suitable location would definitely be probably appropriate than to destroying the only park that Irvin has. Seems like an awful silly idea, maybe just to us, but to whom anybody that you've ever talked to, it just does not seem the right thing to be doing. I'll hand it over to my turn.
Okay, my name is Vonko Krejci. I moved to Irvin in 1987. We bought a gas station that was shut down. It was in receivership, and it was scheduled to be pushed down. I moved my family out there because I want to build a... I liked Irvin as a town, and I wanted to see if we can revive that gas station, and we did. And we run the good business out of it and all that stuff. We bought the house right beside the park that we're talking about. And the reason that we bought the house there was because of the park and because we had a business there, right? So, like Dennis said, we looked after the park not too many times. Like you can go in your logs and see how many times you guys cut the grass in it, how many times Cypress County went and cleared the snow on sidewalks and stuff like that. Well, they didn't, because we looked after it. Once we put the Lions Club sign in it, we totally looked after it. And everybody was happy that they came in. We had lots of people coming in from all over the place. They would pitch a tent and park there. Then we went and we put a shelter in it for people that they stop off the highway and stuff. We put the portable toilet in there. We redid all the equipment in the park for the kids to play. So we trimmed the trees, we kept everything safe for other people that they would be in there. And we don't think it's a good idea to go and wreck that park, to put any building in there. It's all, like you look at that main street out there, it's all historical. And once you see that, and you put a new building in there, it's going to look like a sore thumb. In my eyes, anyways. So, another thing that I have an issue with is all this stuff that came in around that community center be in a park. The motion was passed on misinformation. And that's what I can see, lots of misinformation. And I will kind of show you guys just a couple of things where I see the misinformation. I spent quite a bit of time on that because it was really bothering me. When I heard about it, I was approached by a counselor if I would sell my shop so the library can be built at the shop. So I said, well, I don't want to sell the shop. I want to keep the shop. I like my shop. It's close to my house. I got too much junk to move, so I said I like to keep the shop. So when he said that they would like to build a library there, I kind of stopped and I thought for a minute, well, it's an improvement for the town of Irvin. So I thought, well, maybe this idea, good idea, let's see. So the people came in and looked at the shop and they're trying to figure out how much is it going to cost to push it down to make a room for a library. So, and that's where everything stopped. And I never talked to anybody after that till one day we were having some people over at the house and somebody came in a house and they said, they got a meeting in a library about new library be built. So, nosy that I am, I said, well, we're going to go see what's going on there, right? So we walked inside, and I seen a couple of people three people from Alliance Club, and I said, what's going on? Oh, they have a drawings out there, and this pretty nice little picture of the building that they're going to build. I said, oh, that's nice. But then once I seen it, then I said, well, where is that going to go? Then I look at the map. Well, it's going to go in a park. Why in a park? When we got lots of different places to put, even better places than a park. Any place is better place than the park. So I said, no, that's not good. So I talked to the people that they were from Alliance Club and people that they were outside. I said, well, why would we build that in a park? They said, no, we're not into that. We don't want to do it in a park. We went, and I was going home, and one lady came to the councilor that actually presented that to people in, that they were present out there, and she asked them, she said, so we got nothing to say about that. We're just going to lay down, and you guys are going to build this in a park, and that's it. We got nothing to say. Well, he said, if you guys don't like it, what we got right now, we're just going to pull it back, and it's not going to be built. So we didn't like that too much. It kind of rubbed us the wrong way. So next day we went, and we were going to go and talk to the people in Urban to see if anybody's for it, or maybe we're on the wrong path here. We're going to go and see if the people are for it or wherever. We got 75 plus signatures from the people that they were against that. But from 75% people, only 3.5% knew about this library, about being in a park and that stuff. So that didn't go that good. So once we got the signatures, we present those signatures, send the signatures to our counselor to present it to people in a council. So you guys have the idea that people from Irvine, they don't want that in a park. We want a library, we want any improvement in a town, we do want it, but not in a park. That's the worst place you can ever put it, unless you put it in the middle of the street. But that, for some reason, that little petition, or whatever you want to call it, never made it to the council. What's the reason? We don't know. So this is where I see misinformation. That's about. I don't know if I can kill that. Are you done? No. Sorry. But that's a misinformation, because I think the people of town of Irvine should have a say if that's okay to put it in a park or it's not okay. They should be informed. That's my thinking. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but at least it gives you some idea that we were not for it. On the next meeting.
So you've got about 2 minutes left.
Oh, thanks. I was going to give some of my time to some other people because they got bigger fish to fry. But for some reason, this meeting in a library was brought to you guys, and you guys were told the meeting went good, everybody's excited, no, that was wrong. That was misinformation that I see. And I don't know, I'm on a few different places where I got to vote for things and things like that, and a couple of times I voted for something that, well, I was misinformed. But I went and I investigated after, and I changed my vote because it wasn't what I was told. So what we're hoping to keep the park, and we're hoping to build a library. So if you guys can find it in somewhere in your place that you can do that for us, you would have lots of people happy, and probably you guys would be happy. then he's got something to say.
You know, there never had been an explanation of why that particular piece of property had been chosen for that. It never was explained why it had to be that particular piece of property instead of property that in the rest of the town that is county property. It just, there never was an explanation saying it had to be there and that's why it had to be there. It just never was. If that meeting in April of last year that we had, that Swanka talked about at the library, if the councillors that were in attendance at that would have come back and said, hey guys, everybody's opposed to this, let's talk about this, this is not a good idea, but you guys come to this meeting and said, okay, here's the picture, the drawing, like you said.
Your time's up
This
there.
is where it's gonna go, and like it or lump it. That's, well, fine.
Okay, so we got a couple of issues here. Thank you, your time was up there. Two things, this is not a public hearing, this is a delegation, so you need to bring your request of what you want to speak about. That's the first thing, so it's hard for us to ask any questions because you didn't have an ask there, you just had questions for us, so. And the other thing, for everybody who's in the council chambers at this point in time, can you please take your hats off in the chambers for respect for the chamber? Okay, I don't know how we're going to ask any questions to this, but does anybody have any questions?
What were you saying there just a minute ago there?
This isn't a public hearing, this is a delegation, so you needed to bring in what you wanted to say.
We did.
Okay?
Did you not hear what we had to say?
Yeah, we did.
We're just talking here ourselves.
Michelle?
I do have a question. Were you involved at all in the area structure plan for Irvin? There was a rec plan that we had for Irvin, as well as a quality of life survey. That's my question. Were you involved in those?
That's a question for me?
For whoever is going to answer.
Don't have the foggiest clue what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
okay.
Fat fingers. Well, I was just gonna. See, and you thought it was me. There. Okay. Well, first of all, thanks for coming in. I appreciate you coming here. I'm a little confused about the misinformation. And what I'm getting at is the petition. And in all honesty, I didn't know you started a petition. And then all of a sudden, I heard about it. And I'm going to say I received, probably other counselors here, I received lots of phone calls. 3 particularly asked me about this petition. And I promised those people I would get back to them once I knew some facts. So I would really like to know about this petition. The first thing I want to know is, did anybody from the county office get a hold of you to tell you the proper procedure for a petition and how to proceed with it?
Okay. First of all, we didn't want to run petition, we just wanted to see what the people think about this building going in a park. So we sent that petition that people wanted to sign because they weren't happy with that. That petition was sent to our counselor that looks after our area, and he was supposed to bring it to your attention. It wasn't so much as a petition, it was so much dislike. People didn't like that idea. That's all it was. Then petition came after that.
You can call it whatever you want
Yeah.
to call it.
But
It was people signing a piece
This
of
is-
paper stating that we are not for this. You can call it whatever the heck you want. want to
Yeah.
call it.
Okay, so I'm,
Petition if you don't feel like it.
excuse me,
It is
Okay, let the counselor ask the question.
I'm calling it a petition because that's what people refer to it as.
well, you can call it.
I'm gonna refer to it because I believe that's what it was. I believe that was your intent, to have this and present it to council. So what I'm asking is, did anybody from the county office get a hold of you about the proper procedure for a petition? And there's a follow-up question to that.
No, nobody asked us, nobody contacted us about anything. When I came in December and put the RFI in on the front here, request for information, how did we get to this point? That we got all Irvin upset and a surrounding area with something that nobody knew about it. I'm still waiting for that.
So you're telling me that nobody from the county office got a hold of you prior to you coming in or anything like that about the petition?
Nobody.
About it?
Nobody.
Okay. So did you
Go ahead.
give the petition to the counselor?
Yes, and it wasn't presented. You're gonna get it from the other people now. If you need any supporting documents on that, it is actually text where it went, and it was presented, the person.
You gave it to the counselor?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, I'm going to answer this question here, Lloyd. So back in June, Councillor Brost was, this question was brought forward. It was told to him that he was gonna, there's a petition coming forward and that possibly Chat News would get involved. He brought that to our attention, but nobody ever did the proper procedures to bring the So I know you're sitting there smiling at me, but now look at why you have to follow the MGA on this. If you have your next door neighbor beside you and they want to do a petition against you and that counselor brings it forward, automatically you think he's divided and he's for that guy next to you. So that's why the MGA is there, for you to follow the procedure to bring your petition forward so that the counselor doesn't have to take sides. He's allowed to have his opinion on what he thinks is right or wrong for that, but he can't be on either side of it. You have to follow the procedure to bring a petition forward.
Yes, you know what?
So we can't, this isn't a public hearing. We can't be pointing fingers here. It's your delegation. So we have heard what you guys want to say. There's a few more questions, and we'll take it into consideration from that point.
Okay.
You can answer.
So did you guys ever had public hearing about this?
We don't have to have a public hearing on this because it's a, what's the wording I'm looking for, Tarlin, or Jeffrey?
Yeah, the current land use designation for the property is public service, and so the type of use that's intended, being a library resource center, would fit with the definition that allows for those types of uses on public service property, so they're permitted.
Okay, does anybody else have any? Richard?
Should common sense not prevail when something like this is going?
Yeah.
Hold your tongue. Richard has a question.
I've got actually a couple, and I'll start out with, what would you prefer, a proactive or a reactive council? So one of the questions has, how many years has that playground equipment been in the park?
I don't know. What does that have to do with it?
Well, what happens, because, were you aware that the county is responsible for the equipment and the trees in that park, because it is our county land? And were you aware that once a year an employee that is licensed to do playground inspections goes to Irvin, does the inspection, and then reports back to one of our directors? Were you aware of that? Okay. Do you have a plan in place for when the playground equipment will have to be replaced?
You just said that was your responsibility, not ours. So if it doesn't pass inspection, take the damn stuff out, put new stuff in. You just got finished saying that it was you guys' responsibility to do that, did you not?
Right.
Right?
Okay.
So then you answer.
You need to use your mic there, please.
I mean, take it out, put new stuff in. Just simple as that. We've never, like Svalka said, we don't ever recall to see a county employee in there cutting grass or trimming trees or pulling weeds. I mean, we have two of our Alliance members that live in Irvin do all the work. I mean, you just got finished saying it's you guys' property. Where the heck are you when it's time to do something?
And to answer your question on equipment, that equipment was put after the equipment was put in school ground. So it's nothing wrong with the equipment.
Oh, I'm not saying there is. I just need to know a time limit, or how long do you think it is?
I can, I can find out exactly when we put them in.
Okay, sir, not sure. Thank you.
Yeah, not sure.
Time's up. Do you have any more? No. Robin, we're out of time, but one quick question.
Well, I think my comment is more pertaining to the order and the intent of what we're doing. I appreciate the presentation, even without a question posed. I think that this is important to have everybody come forward and share where they're at and what they feel, and whether or not there was a public hearing in the past or whether this is considered as a public hearing. I know for myself, this is a public hearing in my mind. To make this statement...
It's not, it's delegation.
Hang on a second, I understand that, but to make the statement that ratepayers need to understand the AGM governs us. It doesn't govern procedure does. So there is an element of customer service.
Do you have a question here?
I have a statement, and it's my right to make this statement.
We're looking for a question.
What does that mean?
That's my point. So it's the MGA is the Municipal Government Act, and that's what governs the way that municipalities run. And so this right now, whether there's questions or not, to stop from having debate that's active, let's listen to what everybody says. The council or the county is going to have a presentation on our information so that everything can get out there so we're not debating, because that's not the point of today. It's to hear and be heard.
Okay, this
should have all been done back in April when the meeting was at the library. But you guys come down there and said, this is what we're going to do, and that's where it's going to go, and that's all there's to it.
Your time is up. Next delegation. 5.2. Marina and Darren Lutz. Same thing, you have 10 minutes to ask your question.
And I'm going to go first. My name is Marina Cole. I want to go over a few of the things. I was at one of the meetings in 2017 to talk about... Sorry, okay. I was at the meetings, so I do know what had happened at these meetings, and I'll go into more detail about it. Thanks. First off, I would like to thank you for being open to listening to our concerns. We are in no way, shape, or form opposing the Library Community Resource Center. We never have been. The only thing we ask to take into consideration is its location. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to clarify some facts. I was at the 2017 meeting for the Urban Area Structure Plan. There was no word of having the library in the Woodbury Memorial Park, nor in the 2 surveys that were sent out. They had nothing pertaining to the placement of the library. What was brought up, and I quote, "The library may continue to operate from its current location in the existing building despite it being located in a road. If the library moves, it should continue to operate from a central downtown location in order to encourage activity to this area." Also, within that, it states, "Of course, the policies established in this document to help guide the community into future will gradually become outdated. Irvin will continue to evolve and the interest of its community members will change. The ASB will also become outdated as the policies were implemented and some of them are no longer needed. Consequently, Cypress County will review this document on a regular basis to evaluate its ongoing applicability. Small changes can be made through the bylaw amendment process as necessary." I need water. Sorry. Thank you. In April of 2022, County presented their plan to place a new 4,800 square foot building with tourism center in the Woodward Memorial Park. In this meeting, residents were met with one councillor whom had predetermined decisions already made. It was a here or nowhere mentality. It was even brought to our attention that if there was too much pushback, that it may just be pulled altogether. During the next council meeting, it was said by this council member that the Library Tourist Center was well received. To our astonishment, I had called our councillor for Ward 2 to a meeting. I had heard the library was no longer up for debate. He had thought that our understanding was that the library was already in planning for over a year. It was unknown to a majority of people in Irvine. I had gotten a petition together, and our councillor from Ward 2 was, I quote, in favor of putting it anywhere else, even by the proposed campground, end quote. He mentioned that there, quote, needed to be compromise, end quote. I agree, as that is all we have asked for. June 2nd, I had asked, quote, how many signatures do you want? 100? 200? End quote. He replied, whatever you think works. I have put it on the agenda. And I have the papers to state this right here. I had sent in 75 names at that meeting on June 7th to my councillor. I had added 34 thereafter. I had sent the petition via text in trust with what I was told it would be on the agenda. The next day, I messaged our councillor to follow up. And I wrote, good morning. I was curious as to how things went yesterday. He replied, it was a lengthy and heated discussion with a consensus of wanting a clear and united decision on location. And if you need the information, I have this here for all of you to see. As we found out, the original petition was actually not brought to council at all. Further on transparency is the fact that at no time was the Lions Club happy with the decision to have the library built in the park. Not only the Lions were on their original petition, but they had also sent in a letter of concern and had to do so again after hearing council members say that they were happy with the decision. I had looked to my councilmen with trust. I had never done anything like this before, and I have never heard anything back about the petition not meeting standards, as I was told it was brought to council. We now, as a community, have over 10% of the voting population on our new legal by-the-book petition. Approximately 684 constituents have signed this petition. Majority from Irvine and area. The petition states, we are calling on county to build the Community Resource Center in a location other than the Woodward Memorial Park. We are not opposing this library. It is well known to some community members that there were a few sites looked at for possibilities, one including the most mentioned was by the complex. Right from go, within the library board itself, there was an upset to lack of community input on site locations. This, in turn, led to the retirement of 2 library board members that we know of. In saying this, how can so many voices fall on deaf ears and only a small few ring loud enough to be heard? We heard that there is a potential for there being a deadline to a grant or whichever is involved in this situation. And to that I say, I had spoke with a council member outside of the county. In his 22 years of experience, he has never had any issues with getting an extension on a grant ever. I will cite 2 different locations. One, the downtown parking lot plaza, aka Town Square, and the athletic park modernization. No matter how you want to look at the cost, the sentimental value of this park to its residents is absolutely priceless. When you speak of revitalization, one would never think to take one beautiful asset out only to add another in its space. It would literally be working against growth. Not to mention, the parking under county's land use bylaws needs to be 1 stall per 400 square foot plus 1 stall per staff. So the building is 3,600 square feet, that means 9 stalls plus 1 for staff. Then under section 14.3.2, since it is a dual-use building, those spots need to be doubled plus staff. So 18 spots in total plus staff. Off-street parking for a building that size and purpose is not adequate. In the beginning, I will quote a statement made by a family member of those who donated the park. It was donated for use as a park. The only reason thus far we have heard for the library not going beside the school and complex is that in 2010, after the flood, which the park took on water, the attendance was lower because they had moved over to the complex. This was at a time when people were displaced and dealing with a catastrophic event, rebuilding after a devastating flood. Basing information off this time frame is absurd. Not to mention the trees that are historical in their own means. I will quote a very educated and experienced arborist that had evaluated these trees. Mature trees should be valued and protected as sentient beings who have often lived longer than many of the residents. In their prospective communities, these trees are living landmarks providing shade, wildlife habitat, and natural beauty for the community. The Plains cottonwood has survived flood, drought, fire, and terrific windstorms. May your dedication to preserving the urban forest be as remarkable as these trees. End quote. When you look at our history, you should know that it is important to protect our heritage as it adds character and distinctiveness to a community and hence provides a sense of identity. Speaking on behalf of the petitioners, we would wish to ask for reconsideration of the placement of the new Community Resource Center / library, because the building of a community center on the foundation of hurt and distress is not a stable foundation. Please hear us and reconsider the placement.
No, there's none of that in here. You got 30 seconds left, so.
I've got 30 seconds.
Yeah. You two are the delegation, so it's 10 minutes per delegation. Because that's the rules. It's been stated several times today. If this keeps up, this will be over with. You have 30 seconds.
It took us 3 weeks to get here, and now you're not going to deny me.
I allowed you to come in out of everything, so you got your time.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the entire Cypress County Council. My name is Darren Lutz, longtime Irvin resident. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to notify Council that over the past number of weeks, we have assembled a group of Cypress County volunteers who have given their time and endless efforts to save and defend Woodward Memorial Park in Irvin, which has been taken care of by the local men and women of the Lions Club International for the past number of decades. The park has much history and many fond memories of past and current residents of Irvin and surrounding area, used by the children and adults alike. And it being the centerpiece of the Irvin 20-mile post days parade and the Irvin Lions Club annual parade breakfast, overflowing with residents and visitors enjoying the free breakfast, compliments of our proud Lions Club, welcoming everyone to Irvin to enjoy the festivities of our celebrations of the Labor Day weekend. Our hamlet is strong and continues to survive times of urbanization. Irvin is alive and proud, and we have united to take care of ourselves, and we will be heard. Let's give some history of our proud park. According to Mr. Geiger in the Irvin District History book, he and his father planted beautiful huge trees in what is known as Woodward Memorial Park in the late 1920s. They kept them thriving by carrying water to them from the fire hall cistern during the drought of the 1930s. As they felt it was important to allow these trees to grow and thrive, we feel just as strongly in our mission to protect them and the wishes of our forefathers. After a great conversation with a longtime resident urban area rancher, Ken Frymark, his quote was, "In this country, you don't cut down trees, you save them." In 1966, the current park was at that time the Citizens Lumberyard. The lumberyard ceased operations at that time, and the Citizens Lumber Building was moved east of Irvin to the property of Mr. Roy Woodward. The real estate or property the building was removed from was purchased by Albert and Agnes Woodward. The Woodwards then donated the property to the then town of Irvin for a park. This property was donated to be a park, not for a certain given time, but until the end of time. The town of Irvin no longer exists, and it's now part of Cypress County, but the spirit of Irvin and surrounding areas does still exist, and we defend our park and its history and beauty. It is now known as the Woodward Memorial Park and will remain Woodward Memorial Park. It seems very strange to us that the building that was removed from the lumberyard in 1966 was moved back to the Irvin Museum as one of a number of historic buildings such as world churches and schools to be placed side by side to preserve our past and honor our forefathers' way of life. The building has been given a resting place and has been given the honor of coming back to Irvin, one block from where it originally stood. The building has found its way home, but ironically, the ground on which it sat on is insulted by council, as the council now proposes to destroy our memories and park by placing a new community resource center on that site. We, the people, deserve to be heard, and today we are delivering our message to you. We have gathered hundreds of names of county residents who agree with our position. We refer to the names collected as our paper convoy. We haven't gathered trucks to deliver this message. Rather, we've gathered the power of the people, and we are united. No one has any opposition to the Community Resource Center being placed in Irvin. Rather, we welcome it. Our position is to the location that has been chosen. We don't understand why we must give up our park in order to receive a Community Resource Center. Why can't we have both? On the north side of Irvin, we have a world-class school that has just developed a new agricultural discovery center and a great sporting facility that draws children and adults from communities throughout the county. The addition of this community resource center in that area would complement the other facilities and has the potential to increase the use of the facility. There are two glaring reasons that the proposed Community Resource Center should not be built in Woodward Memorial Park. First of all, is it true that there is insufficient area for parking? We understand that under the county's land use bylaw, there needs to be one stall per 400 square feet of building. The building is 3,600 square feet, which means it would need at least 9 parking spots, not including stalls for staff. Secondly, the proposed site is in a flood area. As recently as 2010, the south side of Irvin was devastated by floodwaters. Surely knowing this, we know better than to build a $1.5 billion project there. These two reasons not to build on this site are fact, not public opinion, they're fact. Since the county has not done its due diligence in researching why not to build the building there, we, the people, have now brought this to your attention. More questions arise from our tax-paying group of citizens. We want to know why there has not been a fact-finding town hall meeting called for public input and consultation, but rather a meeting where residents were told where the building is going. And why, by the county's own admission, that a group of 3 people deciding location, the 3 being Dan Hamilton, Richard Oster, and the Irvin librarian Joan Cote. Why does Mrs. Cote's opinion have more weight than any other resident? Why is this? We're all ratepayers, and this is a democracy. We demand to know why this huge decision has been made by only a few. Let's review the meaning of democracy. Democracy is when people choose a citizen from within to represent their community, in our case, Ward 2 councillor. The citizens of Ward 2 are not getting fair representation. Let's go back to a short time before our group started gathering support for this cause. Marina Cole, who, by the way, is a precious member of our community. Not a scary lady, as one member of council referred to her. Marina gathered signatures opposing the proposed site of the building. Talked to our councillor and how to get the document to the Cypress County Council to make the council aware of our concerns. He told her to give him the paperwork and he would deliver it to council. According to Cypress County officials, the petition was never seen here within the four walls. We have not been represented, we have been misrepresented. Therefore, we have the situation we are in today. One word we have heard the county use over and over again, revitalization. That's a pretty word. Politicians like to use pretty words, but how does revitalization fit into our situation? We, the people, do not understand how moving the library from its current location to across the street and destroying our Woodward Memorial Park in any way revitalizes our hamlet. We don't understand that thinking. So we'd like to use another current favorite word of our times. Transparency. Good political term. Why has the whole process of locating the site of this building not been transparent to everyone? And why no input from our entire community? How about accountability? Another favorite political word. Who is accountable for all the untruths that have been told to this county council, which has led them to their decision? Who is accountable for the decision to build in a flood area? Who is accountable for neglecting to follow up county bylaws in terms of parking space for the public building? Who is accountable? We've covered the past, we've covered the present, now let's talk about the future. We would like to thank the county for uniting us. We are a strong and proud bunch. We are Albertans. You have brought the best out in us. Rather than losing the Woodward Memorial Park, we stand up for her. And it is now in the plans of our community, along with the Lions Club, to honor the Woodward family. We will erect a monument in memory of the late Wanda Woodward, who was kidnapped and murdered by a convicted felon. This animal was released by some level of government who felt he needed to be taken to the West Edmonton Mall for his birthday. He overpowered the guard, escaped, and made his way to Medicine Hat and murdered one of our own. That happened in 1987. We realize if you are 40 years old or younger or have moved into our area since then, you're unaware of how our system let us down. We have not forgotten about Wanda Woodward, and we will keep her memory alive forever. 2 years later, in 1989, a horrific accident claimed the lives of both Diane Woodward and her daughter Shannon. They were killed at the railway crossing as their car was hit by a train. 3 died at the accident scene. Irvin was shaken, but Irvin has never forgotten Diane and Shannon. Again, Irvin will place a monument in their memory in the Woodward Memorial Park to ensure they are not forgotten. We will take care of the funding. No need to burden the county with any finances. In closing, we believe and deserve respect from this county, and we are here to be heard and deliver this message. We want this decision of the location of the Community Resource Center in the hamlet of Irvin to be revisited. The people have a plan, and we want the wishes of the entire community to be heard, not just a few. Thank you.
Well, enough of that in here. Well, we don't have time for questions. So. One question.
You both are aware there is a Cypress County Library Board, correct? And that board is the one that brought the proposal forward about a new library, correct? There was no group of citizens that brought this forward. This was something that, yes, unfortunately, I'm the person that thought we could do better than what is out in Irvin for the existing building. The Irvin Library Board has 2 councillors on it, myself and Blaine, and we have another 5 members. the discussion, lack of communication, I'll go with you on that one, was that for location, because there's numerous times when the librarian is working alone, the highway location wouldn't work, and being stuck over in the corner by the rec center would not work. The other thing was the fact, and you can smile or laugh, whatever you want, but if it's your wife or daughter over there, you should be having a second thought about working alone.
Can I just state something?
No, sorry. The other thing is the fact that the reason the council came on board with this project was the fact that it was going to do something for the downtown Irvin, okay? So yes, council was prepared to spend money to build something downtown. That's how much they believed in it. But unfortunately, that didn't work out. So then we looked around and the county owns that land there. I mean, we never even knew that it was, well, most of us didn't know that was our property. Lions Club was looking after it. That's great. We appreciate that. There was a sign there, right? Alls we were trying to do when we brought that proposal to build over there was to enhance the property and to make it a more permanent memorial for the Woodward family. There was never any disrespect towards the family. How many people do we bring in? Where does this end?
Where did it start?
It started with me, because I thought we needed a new library in Irvin and that we could do better. And that's where it started, and I apologize, I made a big mistake. Never assume, and I should know better by now. So the other thing is, we have, because we now know it's our park, it is the county's park, we have assumed all the liability. That's where the inspections come in on the playground, that we always felt was the Lions Club, and we've never denied that. But now, we've also had a concern about the trees, the way that big canopy comes down over there, and because we have other people that have expressed their concerns on their properties where those trees come down. We have an arborist report that told us that they need to be, most of them are rotten at the bottom, they need to come out. But you have people in your group that said, no, there's nothing wrong with them. So does that mean that you're willing to sign off? Like we can't even let you keep using the park because that's not the right way. We're liable. The county has all the liability, and it's based on an expert. It's not based on somebody that sees some leaves growing in a tree and says they're all right. Okay?
Do you read that report from the member that I gave it to you? He had said that those two trees do not have to come down. The only reason to get rid of the one tree is because it would make it a lot easier to do the actual development itself.
That arborist made a second trip down to confirm his report, and that's as far as I'm going. Thank you.
I want to ask the same question I asked the other ones. Were you part of the area structure plan, the recreation plan, and the quality of life survey?
The surveys I did not go to, but I was at the 2017 meeting up in the complex, yes.
Thank you.
One question that I wanted to ask, the first one, what is a proper location for this resource center?
With speaking to approximately the 700 people that we had spoke to, a lot of people are saying to put it opposing the complex, either tied to the complex or in the property right across from it.
Speaking to that, Mr. Vossler, the county should be embarrassed about the responses we got when we took around our petition. People grab it out of our hands saying, well, we wondered when you guys were going to come around here. And people are saying, why would you take out a park when we have all that area? I don't have the statistics, but it'll be well over 90%. People come up with their own opinion. What's wrong with going over with the other complex school and the new farm that Nicole Neubauer has put up for the last year? There's ground over there. There's nothing there. We're not going to disturb anything. Why do we have to lose a park? I was told you better bring a solution. Well, there's our solution. There's room over there. and it'll complement we see the kids go and play hockey, and girls go and figure skating, or boys, whatever the right term is here, and a couple other siblings are running around the building or around town. So now if we put the building there, and we have got the library and from what I understand, there's a section there where there's going to be some computer stations and board games, that sort of thing, it only makes sense that these kids now do have some place to go. If they're over on the other side of town, across the track, what mother or father is going to let them do that? Here it's right beside. These two can work like a hand in a glove. All we need to do is revisit this, and all we need to do is have some people consult us rather than tell us. We're not happy. The people aren't happy.
As for the placement of it and not being safe over by the complex, I do work on the side of the highway with my business on my own most of the time, and I do have my volunteer that also works there with myself on the side of the highway, and she would be the same person that would be working in that library, and I do believe that over by the complex is not an unsafe place.
Any other questions? I don't see any other. Okay, we'll get on to the next.
Thank you.
Good morning. I sense there's some anxiety in the room, which goes with passion and humanity and people that have all kinds of thoughts. I had about a 2-minute presentation, that's all it was, and I'm happy that Darren was able to use some of my time. I don't think we're behind time yet because I think we still have a little block there. So my presentation just had a little bit of history going back, telling how the Woodward family had donated this land for Memorial Park. I did not know the Woodward family. I haven't been here that long, but I do have 7 grandchildren that attend the urban school. And that's important to me. So I'm going to fast forward my little speech, and I'm going to say a couple of quotes from some of my ancestors. And one of them is, if you put aside your history, you will not be able to see your future. Another one of them is, measure twice, cut once. Counselors, I think we should measure again. Thank you.
Hello.
State your name, and you have 10 minutes. It'll show you up there when your time's up.
Hello, my name is Christy Rempel. Thank you for having me here today and hearing me. Sorry, I wasn't here. I didn't hear anybody else, so I'm sorry if I'm regurgitating anything that anybody's already said. But basically, I kind of want to develop a timeline, because I think it's the timeline that is really important to understand. So the timeline that I came up with began in 2017. This date is coming from the January 9th press release, and this 2017 date was the start of any mention of urban library relocation required, correct? It's in the press release, I'm assuming 2017. So 2017 is going to be the start of when Cypress County was aware of the need to relocate the library based on the structure that it was in and being unsuitable. Somewhere between 2017 and April of 2022, when the open house was, it seems as though the scope of the project changed in that period of time, because it went from a project of relocating the library to a more suitable location for the books
to a grant program, $1.5 million grant for a visitor center, which was what we were presented at the open house, the visitor center / library. So that one thing needs to be clarified there is when the scope of the project changed between 2017 and 2022, April 2022 at the open house. So at the open house, I was in attendance to the open house, and I was expecting like a presentation of things that had been, like since 2017 till present day, what has been looked at, what has been discussed, what has been eliminated from the list of options and the process of elimination, how it's been eliminated, etc. Unfortunately, there wasn't any answers for that at that time. And I'm sure that the other speakers have really probably hammered home the open house, and I'm not going to focus too much on that, but I will say that the open house was the very first time that I had really saw red flags as far as environmental integrity goes. So the environmental integrity is really important for Cypress County because the Municipal Government Act, the MGA, that Cypress County follows, in Part 1 of the MGA, it's the purpose of the municipal purposes, and it says the purpose of a municipality are to provide good government. That's 3A. 3A1 is to foster the well-being of the environment, and 3A2 is to foster the economic development of the municipality. So right there in the MGA in Part 1, purposes of municipality, environment comes before development. So when I was at the open house, I wasn't understanding what was going on because I came in with an open mind because I didn't know. I was expecting a presentation of information, and when I realized what was being proposed was to take down the park and cut down the trees and whatnot, it seemed absurd, it seemed reckless, and it didn't seem well thought out. And from a perspective of, I was involved in environmental compliance for many years, and I worked in, the oil and gas industry where we have to comply to government regulations. And I know that, you cut down the wrong tree and you go to jail in certain realms because the government does protect the environment. Unfortunately, because the park is private property, because it's county property, because it's a municipality, it doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of Alberta Environment. So basically, Cypress County can do what they want. It all boils down to integrity, environmental integrity, the fact that you don't just chop down 100-year-old trees that are written into the history book of the town, that have been hand-planted, that have been hand-watered 100 years ago. You don't chop them down. You certainly do not chop them down without first doing any sort of biology on what species are in those trees. And, yeah. Anyways, I'm going to continue. May 3rd, after the open house, so the last dialogue that we had leaving the open house was in regards to a petition. There was three of us that were talking about the petition that we were going to go forward and we were going to get from the community. The last dialogue that we had was with the councillors, and it was how much time do we have to get these signatures? And what was expressed to us before we left was, you have a long time now. You have a long time now to get your signatures. So, meaning that we'd apparently put such a wrench into the project that you have a long time now. So anyways, that was the last that we talked about the petition. On May 3rd, there was a council meeting, and I've gone back to the Cypress County website to look at the records for the minutes of the meeting, and unfortunately, there are no councillor reports filed. Thank you. There are no councillor reports filed under the tab of councillor reports, Reeve reports on the Cypress County website. But these reports were accepted as information and moved Resolution 2022-174 that day. So those council reports that day would have been when the petition was to be reported to council. We don't have record if it was or wasn't. It should have been that day. May 4th, the social media, oh sorry, that's not. May 18th, there was a development permit that was decided upon, and the date of the development permit was May 24th. So the permit was decided upon May 18th, the date was May 24th. This was not appealable. This is something that I got from Freedom of Information Act request that I did to county. I got some information back, not all, not a lot of it actually, to answer the questions that I had, but this particular development permit was not appealable, signed by the development officer, signed off by, I'm assuming, our CAO on the 4th of January. On December 10th, 2022, Wright Enterprises did an arbor report. So the arbor report said that 4 of the 5 small trees along the edge, that's the east edge of the park, needed to be removed. There's 2 large poplars in the middle. Both of those poplar trees are healthy enough to keep, but it was recommended to remove 1 of those poplars based solely on the proximity to the build and the fact that the construction practices would likely require the extra space. So this is putting development above environment right there. Because if you're taking down one of those trees that has been deemed to be sound and you're doing it specifically because of space for the build to construct this development, then that isn't showing environmental integrity and it's not showing the proper order of operation, that how I interpret the MGA to read. So this was communicated, as a matter of fact. I communicated my concern about the lack of construction space to my councillor as well. And anyways, I'll continue. January 4th, Cypress County had requests a proposal for design and construction services. So those are bids for construction on January 4th. This was shared on social media. And the development permit was signed off on this day, January 4th, I'm assuming by the CAO. January 6th, Benchmark Surveys came and did their survey. And that is when we started beginning to get the pushback from the community. January 8th was a closed door session. Cypress County had a closed door session. And January 9th was a press release. Cypress County made a press release. This press release, unfortunately, just allowed the spread of misinformation and created community division. Unfortunately, my time is up. I have a lot more to say, but I can take some questions right now if you have any.
Same as the ones, oh, you guess you weren't here. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And I want to know if you took part in the urban area structure plan, the recreation plan, or the quality of life survey?
No, these were what were outlined in the press release, correct? As in the press release, there was bulleted points that were referencing back to what the Cypress County has done in regards to relocating the library previously. Is that what you're referencing to?
Yes, I guess so. I want to know if you've took part in any of those plans.
No.
Because they've been coming out for many, many years already.
No, I wasn't aware of the plans. I wasn't involved in the plans. My first involvement in any of this was the night of the open house.
ask the same question I've been asking too. What do you think is a proper location for the Urban Resource Center?
As far as the proper location goes, it doesn't matter to me. All I want to know is what I asked that night was what has been looked into, what's been the process, what has been eliminated, how it's been eliminated. Because at the end of the day, I think what a lot of people are missing is the fact that we still don't have a suitable place for the books. So from 2017, when it was brought up that we needed a suitable place for the books, this building isn't suitable anymore, to 2022, what's been done to get those books out of that building? Like, it's a room for books, and unfortunately, this is only a couple weeks ago, our library had to close down so that they could wipe the mouse residue off the books before they could lend them out. So this has been known since 2017 that it's not suitable, but now we're still wiping mouse residue off of the books so that they can be loaned out. So somewhere from 2017 till present day, the ball has been dropped on a suitable location for the library. Even a temporary location would be appropriate, but the location that it's at now is no longer appropriate. And I believe that taking our park out to build a resource center is also not appropriate. I will say that I ran out of time. There's a lot more as far as the timeline goes and the conduct goes and everything, but I'm sure it's all been covered by everyone else. But that's my information request to the county that I did in January. The questions that I asked then haven't been answered yet, but I will get the answers for them because I said I would, and provide them to the people of Cypress County.
Hi, my name is Deborah Woodward-Cawley. Yeah, short, a Woodward trait. Corey and I wrote this letter, or whatever you want to call it. So you'll notice in some parts it sort of refers to us as living here in town. I never lived here. I played here a lot as a child growing up, but I did not live here. So just those are the parts Corey wrote. So, as a relative of Albert and Agnes Woodward, former residents of Irvine, my family and I want to comment on the current plans for the Woodward Memorial Park and the potential new library in the community. Last spring, we were made aware of the upcoming project by a community member, and then recently read further the details on the project approval in the local paper. But we are still interested in what is happening in our hometown and have sentimental family ties to the park. We certainly would have appreciated some notice. My family and I now welcome the opportunity to give our opinion on the proposed library site, realizing this is our opinion as a family members with a vested interest. We are not able to speak as community members who have daily usage of the site. However, we do feel the need that our voice, our opinion, be heard due to personal ties to the existing park. We view Irvine as more than a small town, although technically it's not even a town any longer, that has become a forgotten community. The idea of a new building being built with the intention of community gathering is a fantastic idea. We are so happy the county is wanting to invest in the community. The new library sounds like a place where everyone can go and hold value and make residents of Irvine proud. Irvine itself is special. Our memories of Irvine take us back to the good old days when everybody knew your name, was willing to help their neighbors, kids could be kids. When my family and I drive through the town now, we are proud of what the town still stands for. The museum space, the sportsplex, both examples of what can happen when a community works together to make things happen. Thank you. The sportsplex was and still is a place for many young people to find work, including our cousin and sister, Wanda Woodward, who took part in the construction. The new school programs that are evolving for the new generations are a bright thought and now a reality. Small towns like Irvine are an excellent example of people working collectively to get things done. Irvine is full of dedicated people who are creative, generous, and passionate. Individual people who through business advertising events that draw people to Irvine. Community members who have been involved in countless associations and clubs like the Ag Society, Lions Club, 20 Mile Post Days, the New Western Spirit Days, Gymkhana clubs, and too many others to list, are all comprised of many dedicated people living in Irvine, thinking and organizing and trying to make their community the best place it can be. As a Woodward family, our hopes is to ensure that our grandparents' wishes are long being made so long ago are being honored. I better do this. The Woodward Memorial Park is a permanent part of Irvine's history that we would like to stay intact. However, at the same time, we want Irvine to keep moving forward and offering the residents and visitors the valuable scene and spaces and services. The idea of the Woodward Memorial Park becoming a smaller park and playground than our grandparents initially intended does sadden us. The Lions Club and many community members have been proud stewards of this area. To lose a green space and have heritage trees cut down is not something we want to see. The park holds sentimental value to many of us because of the ties to memories. Irvine is a small community, and it is the chosen home of so many of us because of spaces like this park. After viewing the latest rendering of the project, discussion and thought, my family and I have three major concerns. Moving forward, the Woodward name be present and forward. Our grandparents donated the land as a park to be utilized by children and families as a gathering space. We have heard that there is a conference room may be named after them as well, but we also hope there will be continued signage on the playground park. To be thoughtful, would it be helpful to the community to have some information about our grandparents' history? No one has asked us, but we would be more than happy to supply some history. 2, as much space as possible be utilized as the park playground. We have seen the plans of the park and the landscaping and wondered if it could be moved or adjusted to ensure the maximum possible playground space to achieve. Possibilities could be no extra parking, no extra landscaping. It could make for 2 spaces of playground equipment. Maybe move the existing Lions fundraising equipment to another location in town. 3, save the heritage trees. It is hard to determine the plan for them based on the drawings we've seen, but we do wish the county to be willing to invest and protect the trees. We do know that the county has had an arborist in to assess the trees, and one of them must be removed, no matter what is done with the land. We know many community members have voiced questions, opinions, just as we now have. Irvine residents are very passionate and proud of their community, and are looking for clarity as well. Sides to this issue are being taken and feelings are getting hurt. It is very disrespectful to our grandparents as well as to the community members themselves to be splitting the town in half. Everyone involved deserves clarification. My family is willing to trust the county will do the right things by the way of this property and proposed library. We also expect lands connected to the past to be preserved and be respected. We hope everyone involved in this process is exploring all possibilities and listening and respecting all voices. We look forward to Irvine evolving into a community and becoming even better town for the future generations. Thank you. On behalf of the family of Albert and Agnes Woodward, Tom Woodward and Bonnie, grandson, Corey and Mike Phillips, granddaughter, Caitlin Martin, great-granddaughter, Kimberly Phillips, great-granddaughter, Amber Stanford and Pat, granddaughter, Jacob Stanford, great-grandson, Julia Chambers and Sherman, granddaughter, Bradley Chambers and Crystal, great-grandson, Graydon Chambers, great-great-grandson, Stephen Chambers and Kim, great-grandson, Alex Chambers, great-great-grandson, Zachary Chambers, great-great-grandson, Savannah Chambers, great-great-grandson, Kira Chambers, great-great-granddaughter. And it's stuck. Yeah, we're a big family. Jocelyn Kaiser, granddaughter. Curtis Kaiser and Andrea, great-grandson. Gavin, great-great-grandson. Kyle, great-great-granddaughter. Ashton, great-great-grandson. Crystalyn Crawford, great-granddaughter. Thomas Crawford, great-great-grandson. Jordan Crawford, great-great-grandson. Kaylee Kaiser, great-granddaughter. Norton Kaiser, great-grandson. Melvin Kaiser, great-grandson. Janelle and Zachary Bowman, great-granddaughter. Deborah and Andrew Colley, great-granddaughter. Granddaughter. Constance Colley, great-granddaughter. Mackenzie Colley and David, great-granddaughter. Roxanne Woodward, granddaughter. Ireland Gust, great-granddaughter. Tuscany Gust, great-granddaughter. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Michelle?
Well, you said you weren't residents of Irvine, right?
No.
Okay, then I don't have a question.
Richard?
I'll break the rules for a minute. I'm the person that was pushing hard for a new library. I don't live in Irvine. I live on the other end of town. During our discussions, not only did we want a new library, we wanted to promote the downtown area. We did not, as the board, we never saw anybody ever, that's not the right word. For somebody to come in and build there, we just didn't see it happening. So our goal as a library board was to promote the downtown area, and maybe there would somebody down the road would come along and say, wow, look, there's a new building here, we'll build beside it, or we'll do anything. And at no time did we ever want to disrespect the Woodward Memorial. I mean,
No, we don't feel that. What I was meaning when I said disrespect my grandparents would have wanted the community to work together, and the fact that they're two sides and arguing and bickering and finger pointing and all that would be so upsetting to my grandparents.
Yeah.
And very disrespectful. My grandmother loved to read. We think the library's a great idea. Do we wish it could go somewhere else? For sure. But if it can't, it's still respectful to my family, and we're fine with it. And as you can hear, as I read, each one of those people were contacted, read this letter, and gave me permission to add their names to it. So it's not like we just, put all the cousins on it.
And you are aware that Councillor Brose did talk to a member in your family and say that we are interested, we would like to take a look at that, but we need to know that it would be acceptable, without them kind of knowing all the details, other than the fact we tried to show them that there was going to be a new building there. We did start out fairly big because we put on a part of it that, like a tourist information part of it, because we were hoping that we could open up some more grants that way, that we could get some grant money, because of course, anything when you're proposing $1 million plus project, you have to find grant money. It's not coming out of the bank account. So I know that Councillor Brost talked to a Woodward family member, and I also know that Joan Cody, the manager, talked about it, and that's kind of why we proceeded forward. We were doing nothing but trying to enhance it. I mean, we had a new playground proposed, 50 by 50, that would be real, or not handicap access, they don't call him, barrier-free, disabled. So we put that in there. We were hoping that the new building could be used for a whole bunch of other things, but it was to keep the building downtown. On the far end of town, they have the rec center. The county puts in $100,000 a year into that area, into that building itself, plus any other major repairs. And we're just thinking, you know what, the downtown needs something. So made a mistake, did some assumptions, shouldn't have done it. Yes or no, but anyway, that was never any respect. And then we thought we'd name the conference room the Woodward Room. That's all in the plans. And outside, take the sign and put it in a landscaped area and really enhance that too, right? And be manicured grass. We're just trying to upgrade the park. We're not trying to destroy it. We're not trying to lose it. We are going to be liable for it now. It's something that we never did before, but we know we are. Like I said, the arborist has given us a report on those trees. It's unfortunate, but some of them have to come down. The ones that were trimmed before were kind of done wrong, according to the arborist, and they're not going to come back. So anyway, we caused hard feelings. It was never this council's attention, or the Cypress Library Board either.
If those trees, all of them have to come down, would the county be replacing them, or is that something that would have to be a fundraiser or something to do?
No, absolutely. I mean, we now know that it's not the library board that's going to be doing that it's ours. So yes, anything that when a tree comes down, we're hoping, we've actually looked at adopting a principle the same as the Medicine Hat does, that if they take one down, they plant 3.
Oh.
Now, not saying you can plant all that many in that lot, but yeah, no, that's something that Blaine had brought up at one of our meetings and said, look, if we're going to take a tree down, we need to replace. So
that would be great.
Any other questions? Oh, thank you very much for your presentation. Have a good day. Okay, we're going to take a half an hour break for lunch. Thank you, everybody, for showing up and having your patience with trying to run everything and keep it smooth. afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for this special occasion. I'm Reeve Dan Hamilton of Cypress County, and I'm going to MC the Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee Medal Ceremony. Please join me in welcoming our Honorable Recipient, Mr. David Carter. Now I'd ask for all yous to rise that can and join us in the singing of the national anthem. I don't even have that. Sean? Go.
We see thee rise, thou Juno strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, King our land, glorious and
Thank you. Be seated. Okay, welcome to the ceremony for the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal. We're gathered here to celebrate Her Majesty with the Platinum Jubilee as well as the big fancy words I got in here. And I'm not going to spit it out either. Exponential Albertan, who has a great form to meet for the last 43 years. The Platinum Jubilee Medal commenced the 70th anniversary of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II accession of the throne of the Queen of a Canadian upon the death of her father, King George VI, on February 6, 1952. The Queen was crowned on June 2, 1953, due to coronation ceremonies in Westminster Abbey. The ceremonies were televised and watched by more than 27 million people in the UK. Ours today is on YouTube, and I'm sure the audience is comparable. Her late Majesty dedicated her life to serving Canada and the United Kingdom and the entire Commonwealth. She is Britain's longest reigning and longest lived monarch. It was her wishes that the Jubilee events be an occasion for enjoyed a sense of the togetherness and the opportunities for the future, which makes today a perfect opportunity to celebrate someone like Mr. Carter. As both a politician, husband, and father, David Carter has been a wonderful example of all those who know him. He cares deeply about his fellow men and shows the numerous projects he has undertaken, from places of worship to places to live. Mr. Carter has given himself to his communities he has served. Since 1976, he has cared for the church and cemetery grounds at St. Margaret's. And I know he will tell you that this medal is as much of the community there is as for him. That's the kind of person he is. But don't David Carter is an extraordinary leader, and if he never planned on becoming one. In the same fashion, he served as an MLA in Calgary for 14 years. For much of the time, he was additional speaker of the Alberta legislature, ensuring procedure was followed and the businesses of the provincial government are done correctly. Somehow he's also managed to write 18 books, poetry, take photos, and more. A little busy. When the county was invited to nominate someone for this prestigious award, David Carter's name came immediately to mind. He especially, and we are lucky to have him, I know, like to him, I'll spit it out. Drew, you're up.
Thank you, Reeve Hamilton, to all the Cypress County councilors, all the Cypress County staff, and all the residents of Cypress County that are here today. Oh, okay. So I should sit?
Yeah, that's why I had to sit.
Well, thank you. I'll start again. Reeve Hamilton, Cypress County councilors, and all Cypress County, and Mr. David Carter. On behalf of the province of Alberta and the entire population of Cypress County, Cypress Medicine Hat, I am so pleased and privileged to be here to help Cypress County honor you, sir. First of all, though, it's not only about honoring you, it's about honoring a similar individual with similar commitment, similar courage, and similar skill, and that's Queen Elizabeth II. My goodness, have we ever seen anyone do their job better for 70 years, again with such grace, courage, and skill as our late Queen? God bless her and all she did for us. And Mr. Carter, it's such apt and appropriate honor for you, because I have seen you exhibit exactly those same characteristics. You know, your work at St. Margaret's, building the church, building the Christian community, when you went considerably out of your way this year to enhance the Remembrance Day service and honor what Cypress County, what Albertans, and what Canadians have done, sacrificing so much, including their lives at all times of conflict. Sir, that was outstanding and part of the reason why you're being recognized today. Your book writing, I wasn't surprised to hear it is 18 books that you've written. I particularly like your stuff on the history of Cypress County and Medicine Hat and the World War II post-prisoner stuff, and with our strong German and heritage that we have here. Sir, your books have entertained and educated a lot of Cypress Medicine Hatters and Albertans for years, so thank you for that. But maybe because I'm a politician, I want to concentrate on your time in the legislature. You were Speaker, I believe, from 1986 to 1993, the Don Getty years. And when I walk by your picture hanging in the halls of the legislature, I am reminded of what I've heard so often. You served capably, you served fairly, you served competently, and you served with courage. I understand you put forward 172 words that you cannot say in the legislature. There's at least 172 words that you cannot say in the legislature, so thank you for quantifying that. And with the things that have gone on there in the 11 years that I've been there, I'm sure that list will grow. So,
Do you know how many I threw out?
I'm scared to ask. How many? 6? Just 6. Okay, so anyway, once again, on behalf of the entire province of Alberta, Cypress Medicine Hat, and the 87 MLAs that I'm grateful to share the opportunity to speak for Albertans. Thank you for all you've done for us, and congratulations on this recognition, sir.
Thanks, Drew.
You betcha.
Thank you, Drew. I now invite Mr. Carter to meet me up front here, and we'd like to present him with the medal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Behave while I'm gone.
I'm trying.
Just want to come stand in the center?
There we go.
Picture.
Yeah. Well done. And well done to you, sir.
Okay. Oh yeah, better speak loud. Okay.
I have confidence in you.
This is for your outstanding service. As a citizen of Cypress County, we are proud to award David Carter the Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee Medal.
Thanks again.
Congratulations.
The mic is all yours.
Want to say some words for folks at home, make sure you...
Yes.
Yeah. Gotta use the mic. There we go.
Order.
Old habits die hard.
Yeah. Drew is fortunate he was never in the legislature while I was speaker, because he would have heard that shouted much louder on occasion, but not just directed at him. Well, first, to all of you, I'm extremely grateful and I offer thanks to you on behalf of myself, my family, my associates, my friends, all across the span of my 88 years. When I was first elected speaker, someone kindly sent the words to me, and it was words by John Donne, the poet, and it was, "No man is an island." And that's certainly true for each one of us, because as we live our lives, we have our own experiences, and we're answerable unto ourselves, and eventually, I believe, answerable to God, the God of love. Drew, I appreciate your comments, and the research that I wrote that many words out of order. I can think of one or two that have come to mind. I've also remember a few occasions where there were some interesting words directed at me, and people thought that I couldn't hear them. And again, as I mentioned to you, Drew, about the number of occasions I was reluctantly had to have members leave the House because they didn't pay attention to the rules of the legislature, nor the parliamentary tradition of Beauchesne, you're familiar with that word, from the House of Commons, or Erskine May from the very thick volume from the Westminster Chamber in London, England. Cypress County has something to do with me ending up being speaker. What could it possibly be? Well, out there at St. Margaret's, behind our house, there's a one-room at-go trailer. And years ago, to my dismay, when I was invited to be speaker by Don Getty, this happened. I went in to see him, and he said, "Well, we have, because you have respect of all parties in the House, we want you to be the speaker." Well, after a little bit, I said, "Thank you." And then I was very cheeky. Then I said, "Mr. Premier, did you think of me for anything else? Because who wants to be speaker and And the Alberta legislature set up there's no desk in front of you. So your body English also explains to the whole house as to how the house is going to be managed. I inherited the first legislature that was incredibly complicated, had the most diverse number of members, and at that time 60% of the new members had never been in the legislature as elected members. No wonder I would, looking backwards, say, God must have been laughing because to get me into that type of position. And then again, because this medal, again, thank you, will be placed on my preaching scarf as a padre to the Legion in Redcliffe. And is that it be worn with honor, with respect. Yes, I was privileged with my wife to meet Her Majesty back in 1990, and on other occasions, Princess Margaret and also Princess Fergie and her husband. But on all these occasions, one is just so totally impressed to your heart as to how important it is to be able to serve, which is exactly what you all are doing, plus your staff, because you couldn't function without your staff, and you know it full well. And again, with respect to service, again, I have great respect for members of the legislature, and when I was first elected, I was no longer, and I continue to this day, not to be a member of a political party. And so I'm still able, and as mentioned in the press release, that I still have a disease. I watch parliamentary procedure still, and question period in particular. So it is a disease. But again, I compliment each one of you, because this is the basic building blocks of parliamentary democracy. And one of my books is about democracy and the fact that it must be guarded every single day. I was fortunate through my parents, my father in particular, who served as a Navy chaplain in the Second World War, to respect honesty, loyalty, integrity. And that's incumbent upon every one of it in this room, but especially upon the councillors. You are the building blocks. Perhaps out of you someday, long after Drew has retired or ridden, that one of you may well be the MLA for Cypress County. And then you will go through a whole bunch of interesting challenges as you try to come to deal with and protect the real essential things of parliamentary democracy. As I say thank you here on behalf of friends and my colleague friend, the director of St. Margaret's Eagle Butte Medicine Lodge Cooley Historic Society, that we are thankful, and this is seen as an honor, being part of this fine county. I mentioned you have a real problem. Well, you have a very important building block as to why I'm here. I mentioned about meeting with Don Getty. The very first thing I did was have all the House rules put on the tape. And then I came straight to St. Margaret's, which was then derelict. And I was in that Atco trailer for 10 days in a blizzard, no phone, and I read nothing, not the Bible. I read the other Bible, Erskine May, House Procedures, and Beauchesne. Wow, no wonder I have a disease. But again, I come back to how the growth of St. Margaret's is very much what happens in your lives, different projects that you have, different interests that you have. Yes, also that same Atco trailer is where
prisoner of war book about Medicine Hat, and all the prisoner of war camps across Canada in both world wars, including the special background for Ukrainian and Central European people who came and helped to build this province. So that's sometime when you go out there, and the doors are never locked, and, oh yes, there's picnic tables and trees, and there's also the only open, free outhouse all the way from Dunmore to the Wild Horse. And to make sure you're comfortable, the outhouse is unisex, and it has a padded seat. So I invite you when you come out for a picnic or whatever, you can sit there and contemplate, open the door, and you can see at least 10 kilometers towards Montana. It's a great place to meditate. I know right now that there are members of my family in Calgary, in England, in Florida, and in Newfoundland, where my dear wife comes from on the Northern Peninsula, who are watching right now. They all are part of the honor which you have bestowed upon me. And again, some people may think otherwise, especially when I was Speaker. I got called some very interesting names. Very interesting names, and I won't publish them right now.
Next book.
Yeah, I would be ruled out of order just like that. But again, thank you so much. To all my friends and relatives, and to all the people in this very interesting county. And above all, I remind you again, you are the building blocks and the defenders of parliamentary democracy. And it's found right here in this chamber and with each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I don't have any notes left on the paper, so this must be the end of the ceremony. But thank you for your speech. Thank you for coming out, Drew. We appreciate it, you being here. And congratulations on your medal. Yeah. Oh, we gotta do that. Sorry. Wasn't on the notes. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. Man, keep me by ways.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Can we get a picture with all of the council and Mr. Carter?
Just
wants to come on this side.
Absolutely. In camera. Okay, I got everybody back here. We got till 2 o'clock before we go in camera, so we can get on to some other ones here. 8.1, Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the January 2023 capital update. Is there any questions?
Do you want to give that to David? Keith, sorry,
Just quickly, on your machinery and equipment, it said the RFP for emergency service extrication equipment was canceled and reposted. You want to just give some background on that, or is there?
Whatever, Jeffrey.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reed. Yeah, I guess it was taken back. I guess the RFP was taken back with the intention that it would be re-tendered or redistributed later for the purposes of being able to kind of offset or defer basically the costs of the purchase to later in the calendar year. So that was the whole reason. It's not that we aren't purchasing the equipment, it's just that we're deferring the acquisition of the equipment till later. So we wanted to re-clarify that and for that reason send it out again so that it was fair to all of the bidders.
Good with that, Keith? Okay, any other questions on it? Dustin?
Just a question to go back on our loan that we ended up taking, that $10 million one. What was the interest rate on that? Was it 7.5 per annum, or was it 7.5 per?
I believe it was 7.25.
Per annum?
Per annum, yeah.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Since Keith had the first question, he's moving to financials. Not seeing any. Vote. That's carried. 9, Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the CAO report. Is there any questions?
Shane?
Yes, this is directed to Mr. Kim Dalton over there. I see we got an RFQ out for gravel hauling and gravel loading. What's that about now?
Yeah, through the chair. This was to help bring us up to what we feel that we need for the season. We were behind the last 2 years. We didn't haul over that 80,000 yards, and that's where our goal is. So we want to be able to put on a couple contract trucks to go on with the county crews. And we did the loading so that if we're proximity, there's a couple different pits where we might be hauling from producer pits. And so this way we would have a rate that we would be able to pay.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's what I kind of figured, but I just wanted clarification. Just spilled the water. Just a real brief update on what you're doing on that 120 in the coulee there. You're changing some culverts and doing some diversion. Just because I know I'm going to get asked and then I don't have the answer. So, thanks.
Yeah, through the chair again. So that project was 100% grant funded by Alberta Transportation. We'll be getting possession of those assets after. So in 2014, the actual concrete spill gate was damaged and it hasn't been repaired to a point that it meets functionality. And so that's getting done. And then the culverts going through the highway, there's 5 of them, are getting rebored and liners put in. So that's, and then also access points so we can do proper maintenance on that. Because that was another issue, is we were doing it all from the roadside.
Okay. You won't have to do any open cuts. You're going to use what's there and then just
Well, that's correct. No open cuts there through the road. Oh, sorry. Let me reference that. No open cuts through the 120. We are gonna open cut the gravel road there.
Yeah,
Just because of the proximity.
That's great, yeah, that's pretty good technology, that we don't have to stop 3,000 vehicles a day, yeah.
I got one more question on. Director of Corporate Services, I see we entered into a 10-year operating agreement for Urban Rec Complex with the Urban Ag Society. Does that change at all, or are they going to be doing the curling rink, or are we on course for improvements there?
I don't want to spoil Councillor Brost's thunder, but we had gone out to a meeting with the Urban Ag Society about the complex, and we talked about our expectations of the not the service board, the society, the Ag Society. So we were able to deliver them some expectations of the county and the council, and we kind of said how the relationship looked and moving forward. And so it was the first of many meetings to come. Good things to come there.
Is Councillor Brost happy with it?
Reeve and council reports. So mine was, I was on holidays finally for a couple of weeks. Came back here, but I will be honest, I went to the Mares and Reeves last Friday, and I wrote it all up, and it's sitting at home, so I will bring that one to the next one. Kind of had a few other things on the agenda or on my mind this morning. Oh, that one, yeah, I can definitely bring up. So, we all know how we protect irrigation here in Cypress County. In Lethbridge County, a solar project was put in on 160 acres of irrigated land that has a pivot on it. And the county fought with AUC to stop that from going through, and AUC overruled it and has taken that land out of production for agriculture. Something needs to be done, and it's really come to the forefront on, this is getting ridiculous now. This is going to take food out of everybody's mouths, and they're not paying attention to it. So it's really highlighted the real at the Mares and Reeves right now. So that's one of the things. There's more on there, but yeah, that's, I was so frustrated on the way home, I shared it with Tara Lynn, so. Robin?
So just a question on that. With the AUC granting it, I'm assuming that the argument is that the landowner has landowner rights to do with his land what he chooses. Is that accurate? Would that be the argument that they would have made? Because like at a certain point, like if a landowner buys a pivot, spends $2 million on it, he can sell that land for $8 million. Are we suggesting that the counties potentially would impose decision-making restrictions on that farmer from choosing the best and most valuable use of that land? I understand, but this is my question with regards to, from a landowner perspective, I think this is what we're going to run into.
Yep. Dustin?
I think the big thing we're looking at is food security and industry security right now. We have to be very conscious of where these energy projects are going. Windmills are one thing. Windmills they wreck a small part of agricultural land, and it's still capable of being producible around that acre or two that they take out for their production. These solar farms, and I have one to talk about in my report as well, where they're starting to come in and they're taking up 6 quarters, 12 quarters of good prime farmland. It's unacceptable for what we're seeing, and we got to really be on our feet about it, because these energy companies don't care about where people's food comes from. They really don't. And we, as council, producers, whatever you want to say, have to be cognizant and protect them at any cost that we have to. We're going to start seeing more and more and more of them. The one that I'm going to talk about is one that originally came in as a wind project and got converted to solar. And it's right in the main watershed, and it is on some of the best irrigation ground, or dry land in Cypress County. And it's crazy to think that it's actually possible. And I think Lethbridge started it. We have to start banding together with them to protect this, because it isn't going to stop. And what's going to happen in 25 years when these panels are gone and the refuse is left over?
Well, and Dustin, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is when these solar panels are done on the land is no good anymore. Even if it was good topsoil growing land, because of the solar panels baking the land and because of the wind deteriorating and taking topsoil off over the years of it being there, the land isn't as effective as it was as of today's.
You know, I can't speak 100% to this. I don't have the environmental reports on it to even speak remotely to it. But being as you can see what they do and the maintenance that they do, growing grass under them and running goats or sheep or whatever under panels isn't as resourceful for land as it is to actually properly use it. I can't speak to the viability of what the heat does to it or the concentration of heat with the reflectiveness of the panels. But, you know, seeing what happens underneath where your yard light is in your freaking yard, nothing grows there. Just from the unnatural light that puts there, and there's no heat with that value. So it's a really interesting thing to take and think about, but I haven't seen a study on it, I'm not sure if there's one out there.
Well, that's why I asked you, because that did come up at Lethbridge and somebody was talking about it. I couldn't tell you who it was, but
The biggest thing is we have to find someone who can speak the language but look over in Holland, because they have 30 to 40 years of research on this stuff already, because it's been there that long. And that's where we need to look, and that's back to the whole greenhouse thing, the windmill thing, any renewable stuff. Those guys have been doing it for way longer than we have, and someone's got to start looking over there to get the resources.
Blaine.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that same concept and issue. I think the biggest trouble is as a municipality, we don't really have control to whether it's intervening or even have the conversation with AUC. It seems like they hold all the power, and we've had different hearings and different conversations with the public, and we have our hands tied. So I think we've entered into a possible, not an agreement, but a alliance with some other municipalities to maybe push forward to do something about this with the AUC, so that we can have a voice, I guess, is the thing.
what Robin said is we're trying to tell somebody what to do with their land, and like this one over there, they said he's getting $700 an acre to put solar panels on it. Well, he can't operate that and make money off of that, so that's why they're doing it. But it's hard, because well, if I have my land over there and I can make money with it, and you guys are going to tell me not that I can't do it, you're going to have a bit of a fight on your hands. But from the food side of it, I really understand that. That's what scares me.
I think the biggest thing is there's proper places that we could put panel farms. There's what I would call wasteland, and we can look at a big part of it. You look anything south of Elkwater Park to the Montana border, grassland that takes and raises, half a cow a quarter section. That qualifies to me as land that would be suitable for a subject change in this regard. It's, you don't want it anywhere, but if you're going to take and pick and choose, put it somewhere where it's not going to impact people, it's not going to impact big herds of wildlife, and it's not going to take really good land out of production. And I think that's where our big focus has to be, and it should be the government's too.
Robin.
I'm just thinking that it may be an appropriate action from our side to work with Lethbridge County on perhaps a motion or a resolution for RMA, specifically to approach the Alberta government, to approach the AUC on criteria
for approvals. So before, like, because if they're looking at a piece of land, if it's a irrigated corridor currently, you know, they can probably put criteria in there that would disqualify it, or, you know, grade it differently than, say, like the land that has a productive value that is way lower. And I think that if we lobby the province to impose some better use of judgment on what land is encouraged and what isn't, that's the only thing I can think of that would be within our purview to push for.
Yeah. And that verbiage is coming back. That's what was discussed in Lethbridge. Yeah.
It's very easy verbiage. You should never take and put any kind of solar panel project on class 1 and 2 soils. You never should. It's an awful use of very, very productive land.
Yeah, that was one of the things that was very frustrating. Keith, did you have something?
Yeah, I guess this is something that I've been thinking about a lot since probably November, December. And there's a couple of questions that have come up as I've talked to my neighbors. When we put or allow solar and wind onto property, private property, is that land that is occupied by that, is that zoned differently? Because presently it's agriculture. Does it get zoned industrial? And is it taxed accordingly? And the third question is, does the landowner become responsible for that tax if and when the wind and solar is gone? Because we know that the landowner is responsible for the cleanup of wind and solar. Are they responsible also for the tax that is incurred on the, if it is, I mean, I don't know, I'm just trying to determine all these different variables.
So Jeffrey can share about the planning, and Steve can talk about the different assessment and the responsibility to pay it. It still comes back, and the biggest concern is the reclamation, and there's still no policy on that.
So in the land use bylaw, under the agricultural land use district, it makes or identifies renewable energy, both wind turbines and solar panels, as a discretion, or as basically as a use that's that can be on those parcels of land. So the land use bylaw does allow for that process to happen. Of course, again, before that even they would even submit any kind of development application formally to the county, they have to get approvals through the AUC to basically be able to even be at the stage where they can make the application to us. So a lot of process has gone ahead before they even approach us with the applications. But we do have conversations with the energy companies in advance of them submitting their application.
And that was, just to clarify with you guys, it was on our minutes from last time on page 19 on that, going with the Rocky Mountain. Or Rocky View, yeah. Okay, that's all I'm going to do, so I'll start with Lloyd and we'll go from there.
I was just going to, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, Keith's second part of his question on the taxation?
Oh, yeah,
It's okay?
go ahead.
Okay, so on the, shall I wait for people to get settled, or just go ahead, Chair?
Go ahead.
Okay, so in regards to taxation, the taxation of that land, because it's regulated by the AUC, that's the Alberta Energy Regulator, the solar panel project would have to be greater than 5 megawatts. Once the project's greater than 5 megawatts, and it doesn't take much to get bigger than that, then that property type would be a linear type property. So then the taxes, the assessment and the taxes would go to the operator of that facility, and the operator only gets their name as the operator when the AUC approves them as the operator. So they would be responsible for all assessments and all taxation. However, we had and I'll just remind everyone, I tell this story a few times, but we had Farming Smarter come in to give a presentation on negotiating green energy leases. That was the Ag Service Board, Jason Storch at the time had done that. And at the time, I knew the answer, but I asked our friends at AUC, they were sitting right up here at this table, and I said, in the case of a defunct green energy project, who's the operator? And they shrugged their shoulders, we didn't know. Well, the answer was them, because they're the regulating body, they would have to take responsibility. Now, when it's defunct, someone could say, well, we just take out that infrastructure and we recycle it and we go back farming. But that's not the case. All those assets have to go through the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, and you better believe that those assets are going to be in that field for 20 plus years until the receiver deals with it. So you can't even go and tear those things down. Really. So that's why and I'll say that again, that's why the biggest piece of this is to get that framework, get the deposit up front. If somebody believes in that project so much, they will put that money up front, they'll put their money where their mouth is, and put that money in trust for the future cleanup. But they won't.
Yeah.
So Steve, on that, did you ask them how, like a bond, like the bonds that, groups like EDF it was talking about with regards to their project with their contracts, would that protect the landowner in that case? Is it interchangeable between the deposit and the bond, I guess is my question.
Yeah, Carolyn's saying it depends, and she's absolutely right, it depends. I would suggest, like, if somebody were to enter into that, and that's the case, and they wanted to see that money up front, whenever you go back to a trust, it's for a very, very specific use. Now, of course, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not going to pretend to be, but I know it has to be a very, very strict use of that money, so the agreement for that trust would have to be really penciled out properly.
My thinking here is, would it be potentially of service to our ratepayers, those who have land in the county who have been approached, to review on what best supports them? Because ultimately, with a bond, the bond is in place not with the county, it's in place with the landowner. Now, if we've got 150 towers going up versus one person with one tower going up, I could see it as a value proposition to our residents to say, hey, we have reviewed this and, based on our lawyer's recommendation, this is the type of bond that, would support you in this. Ultimately, we recommend that you seek your own professional advice, like engineers. They'll give you an engineer drawing, but as soon as the job is done and another job comes up, they require a whole new engineer stamp, but it doesn't mean that the previous ones weren't thought out too, right? And so I'm just thinking, we talk about this a lot, and we have that foresight, and we have the knowledge that we have to put forward. Getting $1 million or $200,000 or $250,000 in a trust, I think is going to be a stretch, and we can continue to push for that. But at very least, we could give something to our residents to say, hey, be protected. Here's something that we've done. Do with it as you will, but we got your back too. Just as a thought.
So every company has a different agreement, and they also get you to sign an NDA. You have to sign a non-disclosure. So municipalities don't even see the agreement, and they tell the landowner to get through independent counsel, but they don't want it shared with us. And so it's all the non-disclosures are already signed, and the agreements are already signed before they come even to apply for a development permit.
Because we tried that in MPC to bring it forward, and sitting right there, we were told, stay out of it. It's our land. So when they say that, what do you do? Although in 25 years, when they come forward and say they need help to take it down, it's going to be out of our hands at that point too. But
Well, we can't even help them because they don't own the property. So you're saying roughly that if the solar panel life is 20 or 25 years, but it would maybe take 10 to 20 years to actually get the rest of this, say it's a bankruptcy, say whatever it is going to be. So we're talking sterilization of land for like 30 to 40 years. Wow.
long time.
We can't do it.
Keith?
Part of my concern is, I talked to somebody who was running the cranes on one of these wind tower things, and he told me the number of wind towers that Mr. Trudeau has planned for southeastern Alberta, and it's scary. I said, you are not going to go anywhere in Alberta without seeing wind towers and have them blinking at you at night, and you're not going to be able to get away from it. And this is part of, as a landowner, as a rancher, this really concerns me because I go, the life expectancy and and even the cost tax-wise to us. That's what really bothers me, is the fact that everybody knows this stuff's unreliable, and yet we have got no power to stop it as a county, and that really concerns me. And I'm not sure where to go with that, but I'm just saying it really concerns me.
Steve?
And just a careful separation between the AUC and the AER. So the Alberta Energy Regulator, they control the minerals below the surface. So as a producer, the AER can mandate you to allow access to that mineral, oil, gas, underneath the surface. The AUC does not. They cannot mandate you for surface access. So there's no abandoned well program, there's no mandatory review of the lease amounts. That's all up to the landowner's discretion and the property rights, the bundle of rights they have to that property to make those decisions on how to use that land or who to let what go on. So that's where we have to rely on that, and I've already said it, but the Bankruptcy Insolvency Act to clean up, and the receiverships that we've seen on oil and gas equipment, they'll literally go on forever. Whereas the AUC, you don't have to let that tower go up on your land, but if you don't, you're probably getting the lines, and you don't have much say in those lines as a producer.
Another question?
No, just a comment, Jeffrey, I asked him for some information because I was going to a presentation, and he said that based on just the current applications, we could end up with 280 wind towers in Cypress County. In southern Alberta, southeastern Alberta, right? No?
Yeah, it was more than that.
Yeah, there's 140.
Yeah, it was, and I can't remember the numbers that I presented at the, shows you how good it's, as soon as I know something, it's like, I don't need it anymore, I flush that out, make room for other stuff, because there's only so much hard drive space up here, but anyway, it's more than that. There was, I think, something in the neighborhood of, it was the amount, anyway, the bottom, the takeaway here is that the amount of land that's being consumed by the renewable energy companies, both wind and solar, is just astronomical. There's, right now in Cypress County, this I do remember, there's 15 different wind or solar companies, projects that are on the go in Cypress County and counting. So that's wind and solar combined to make the 15, and counting.
Hey. Quick one.
So quickly, Richard, I've got like 140 towers in my ward alone that are approved, right?
My math was bad.
So it's all good. It's crazy how many there are. Just with regards to the NDA, I think that when the industry understands that we're seriously pursuing options like this, I don't think that the NDA is specific to how their contracts are structured. I think it's specific to what individual people are being paid. And I think that we might be surprised by the willingness to at least discuss alternative options that saves them the potential of putting down a $250,000 deposit. And I think that it's worth pursuing because it's kind of a best case scenario for them in a way to help ease some of the risk for our residents.
Okay, are you done? Okay. Hey, where the heck?
That was our first counselor.
Yeah, that was the CU. Oh, yeah, that was my report. Holy Moses. We're going to be here for a long time. No, we'll get her done. They're not here for anything. Anybody in the gala and the chambers, please take your hats off in chambers. Lloyd, you're up for your report.
I'll make it quick because I know we're getting behind on everything. besides attending all the regular meetings, the only exciting one was the landfill, which we'll talk later. And I got numerous calls all week, last couple of weeks. Most of them dealing with what we dealt with this morning. And the one I just want to bring up is because I got 2 calls from the Hutteray colony thanking our staff, especially Ken, for a little situation on the 102 that they looked after with no problem whatsoever. I got some homework from that climate board. It was 15 questions, but 5 of them were on greenhouse gas emissions. And so I had to phone Leslie Ann and see what we're doing. But it seems like they're really heading that way. There's only 2 more meetings, but the second meeting is going to be on greenhouse gas emissions. And that's her.
Michelle?
Well, in the interest of time, I'm not going to give my whole report. I will just state where I went. I was in Edmonton for an FCSS AA meeting, the first meeting with the new board, and it was pretty good. And I've had a Cypress View meeting, council policy meeting, and today. We'll just leave it at that. And I had numerous phone calls over the last 2 weeks regarding the situation from this morning. And thank you to staff for all your help in dealing with that.
Yeah, similar, a lot of phone calls, a lot of conversations with regards to the urban stuff, as well as with the Cavan Lake Campground, which we're going to be having a conversation later on today. This morning had a good conversation with the new rural policy advisor that FCM has hired specifically to deal with rural advocacy. So that was good. That happened just before our meeting this morning. So that doesn't sound like a lot, but it pretty much was the last 2.5 weeks.
I have a little bit more. I'll try to go fast. Obviously attended the January 10th meeting. Me and Stephen went to the Urban Ag Society meeting on the 16th. We advised the board of the importance of the new to have the operating agreement signed, which now has been completed, so that's great. I got to give kudos out to the new manager down there. He's been doing excellent work on behalf of the Ag Society. The kitchen has become profitable, as well as his ability to address maintenance issues. Also has addressed the health and safety issues that we've had there, and has risen and has implemented a plan to address that. So he's doing a really good job down there. Attended the ASB conference in Grand Prairie, 18th, 19th of January. Many good speakers, including Ryan Copperthorne, in relation to the beef industry and succession planning. John Knapp was very interesting as well. His take on Canada's position in the agri-food sector. Was unable to attend our our ASB meeting, but I did weigh in briefly by phone. Took some calls in relation as well to the Urban Community Resource Center. One more little thing, had some calls about a few roads needing gravel, as well as the parking lot at the Walsh Hall needing work. We'll be in conversation with the CEO and Public Works to address these issues, and that's it.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that too. Yeah.
Sorry, we also had the Intermunicipal Collaborative Framework meeting, which is the meeting between Cypress County, the city, and the town of Redcliffe. I would say that we definitely had it's time to get the rubber on the road and get things cooking conversation. One of the big items of, I think, future discussion / deliberation is the city's State of the City address alluded to this new target or goal of 110,000 people by 2045 or 2044. This definitely put some additional gas in the burner, I would say, with regards to our previous ask on the IDP amendments, because, you know, as we're having conversation, things are coming up like, hey, we want to have a water and wastewater regional strategy. Okay, great. How's the IDP coming along? You know, how's the IDP coming along? You know, really refusing to take that step forward without identifying how that new goal of 110,000 people was going to be viewed. Because frankly, we know that water has been in the past utilized as a bit of a stop on development and growth. And one of the things that we recognize, both Dan and I, is that you know, in one sense, they're asking to do a regional water study and a regional water strategy on water and wastewater. But what if that means that it ends up, you know, any kind of potential development that we want to do, that the city, if they want to hoard growth because they have this target, how does that potentially impact us? And so we were pretty forceful, I would say, in our expectation on having a regional discussion on what that looks like, because if the city wants to have that as a target, I believe that what's necessary is to get the three councils together to talk about some planning, because if we can't look at it and say the regional goal is to hit 110,000 people by this date, we can't actually go on in some of these strategies, because you're not getting both sides of the coin. And so, as respectful as I could be, we were quite assertive. Would that be accurate, Dan?
Yeah.
And basically said, like, if this is really what you want, we need to stop arguing over $20,000 or $30,000 splits in staffing. We need to get busy. So, more to come, but it was a good meeting, but it was definitely an intense one at times too.
It was definitely a shock that the first time of me being on council, because the city put out their projections of going to 110,000 people, all of a sudden they have a water issue because they don't have enough water rights to handle that kind of production of people and go into any commercial development. So now they're sitting back going, oh, what do we do with this?
This could be a big thing.
So of course we threw it out, well, start buying water rights, same as the rest of us had to do, but so it really opened their eyes up on what's going forward. But, Richard.
I'll also try and keep it short. Last Monday on the 23rd, I joined the SMERG past chairman Gary Franz and operations manager Mike Smirchuk for a conversation with the Cavan Lake Revitalization Project board. I'll bring some more new information probably on our next meeting. I represented the county at the State of the City events for the Kiwanis Club the next day. And brag a little, I got a Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Medal in the morning. In the afternoon, I attended a Community Futures meeting so they could have quorum. In the evening, I joined Dustin at Seven Persons Hall. Aurora Power had an open house. And yes, as we were both pretty upset about it, 521,000 panels on 6/4 of the best farmland in the south. I went to a PEP meeting in Brooks, and I know that my fellow councillor will report on that over there. Keith was there with me. And on Thursdays, the 2nd, I traveled to Milk River for Milk River Watershed Council, and did some judging on Saturday morning for 4-H at Seven Persons Hall. That's it.
Dustin?
So January 17th to 20th, we were at the ASB conference in Grand Prairie. I spoke to and amended a District 9 resolution up there, kind of in the regard to, instead of asking the government to bring back District 9, provide us with the current product until you've come up with something better for us and a viable and safe alternative that's one-use applications. So that got passed with that amendment, so that's good. 25th with Richard at Seven Persons Hall for the Peace Butte Solar project meeting, so that's actually out in the black and white right after Petrified Coulee is where that's going. I'm sure we'll be seeing more to come on that. January 27th, we had an ASB meeting. The 30th, there was a regional drainage committee. Just some cliff notes out of that. There's going to be a funding request coming to next meeting for council for the $900,000 for our part of it. And that's just for phase one. So phase one has been tendered and started. The tender came in at $27 million, which is $2 million over budget. So, and I had more notes on this, but I forgot them at home, so that's what I can remember. So, that's it.
Keith?
Okay, so I went to the PEP meeting. One of the important things I think we brought out of that meeting was we had some discussion on the irrigation project over here by Burstall, Bynloss, that country. And it was interesting to know how much work has been done on it over the years. I didn't realize, how far back that history goes, and it's kind of neat to get in on that history and see that there's been some real thought put into it, and we go forward from there. Other than that, a couple phone calls on the Irvin thing, and other than that, it was quiet at my end.
Mr. Hawk?
Had a Stampede Board meeting where they showed the new design and pictures of the new event center and grandstand. Attended the Egg Service Board convention in Grand Prairie. Blaine talked about some good speakers there. Attended the ASB Egg Service Board meeting here in town. Red Cliff Rec Board meeting. Red Cliff Cypress County Rec Board meeting. And then me and Dustin met with some concerned business owners at 7 Persons. Talked about the Highway 3 realignment and go over that with them, and that was all good, and that was about it.
Thank you. Michelle?
I have a question. I was supposed to go to the Foothills Little Bowl, but I did not, and I know that several others did. Anything come out of that? Because I didn't hear that in anybody's report.
That was before I went on holidays. Can't remember that far back. Yeah.
There were several resolutions that were passed. There was a speaker on keeping young people, really good speaker on keeping young people in your community. Help me, guys.
Danielle Smith spoke
Oh, yeah, that's right.
via video, and she brought up about, and now they're going to do it, well, putting in health practitioners, maybe in emergency rooms, to help with, kids coming in with earaches, throat issues, minor stuff that they can take the burden off the doctors in the emergency rooms. Also, they are looking at subbing out the ambulance care of transferring. So if you're transferring a patient from Medicine Hat to Calgary, they'd use a contractor and put in a health practitioner, take them up to Calgary for their appointment, do whatever, and bring them back, instead of tying up an ambulance with the EMS personnel in it. And they're just looking at other ways to try to free up their the ambulances. That was some of the issues that she brought up.
Thank you. And now I'm happy. I'll move the reports.
Okay. Yeah, that was a while back. Forgot about that one. All right. Any questions on the reports? Not seeing any? Vote. Okay. I had on the schedule for 2 o'clock for in camera, so we're going to have to go for that since that was carried. I need a motion to go in camera. Dustin, vote. Kane made the motion to come out of in camera.
And we all agreed.
11.1, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The March meeting dates, the one that is scheduled while RMA.
Turn your mic on.
Oh, sorry. You can't hear me? Jeez. Sorry. So the meeting dates in March, the one meeting date is scheduled when RMA is on. And so the recommended motion is to change the meeting to the Friday.
What time's that pep start?
So, just as a comment, we booked in a PEP meeting that same day on the 24th, right?
Yeah, there's a pet meeting on that.
Yeah, and I apologize, Leslie Ann, I was gonna call you yesterday and then I got busy, so I'm sorry about that. Well, I read it on Sunday, but I refused to call you on Sundays, so, how bad do we need the meeting?
The way the meetings are going? Have you paid attention yet?
Michelle's got her hand.
Michelle?
I too have a meeting, not PEP meeting, but an FCSAA meeting in Edmonton on the 24th. So I'm hoping, I don't know, we'll see when it gets closer, but if all else fails and we have to have a council meeting on the 24th, I will be here. But just throwing it out there that I have another meeting that day.
1 week forward, go to the 28th.
And we need to have, in April, we need to have the two meetings because that's when the tax rate bylaw we need to get. So we need to have two in April. So for sure, the tax rate bylaw needs to be approved by the first meeting in May. So we have to have, so if we move it to the 1 week following, we will have them back to back if you're cool with that. We could if we had everything together, yep.
I think we're gonna have a fair size meeting. Well, no, that's the one coming
But
up.
as long as you don't mind that, that's, if we did it on the 28th and then the following Tuesday and then.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll just jump in. The only catch to March 28th is if the province has given us the school amounts. Otherwise, I could bring it to you today.
Yeah, it's the school requisition that we have to, because we have seniors rec already. So it would be the school rec.
So we do the 28th, and then if we get that in by then, we'll do everything that day. If not, then we gotta do it on the 4th again.
Yes. Yeah.
Does that work?
Play it by ear? Play it by ear? If we didn't need
We
it.
don't need it. We'll know that day if we need it or not.
Yeah, we'll know while we're at RMA, because we usually find out when if the school rec's been, if it's coming out.
Mark?
So yeah, so the amended recommendation is to move it to the 28th.
Dustin, sorry. Beat you to it, yeah. Kate, vote. Mr. Ritz? Oh, Mr. Hawk, you two sleeping down there? There we go. Carried. 11.2. Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admin Policy 21, Scholarships. The recommended motion that Council approve the policy ADM 21 Scholarships as presented. On page 119, there's the recommended changes. So currently, there's a committee at the org meeting. It was requested that the scholarship committee be all of Council. And that's what it is.
Lloyd's moving that. Any questions? Vote. Carried. 11.3, Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Policy ADM 26 credit cards. The recommended motion is council approve the ADM 26 with amendments as presented. The amendments are on page 123. There is a change of name for the changes to the org chart. So now we have a shop and purchasing foreman. And then also too with the addition of the economic development and recreation coordinator.
Dustin's moving that. Any questions on it? Vote. It's carried. 11.4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Healthy Community Grant Approval Request. There is a grant that you can apply for healthy living projects, and we would like to apply for a project that is a community garden. And to part of the grant application process is to get a motion of council, and the recommended motion is council direct administration to complete and submit the 2023 Healthy Community Grant application.
Can everybody jump at once? Lloyd? Oh, did you wake up over there? Okay. Lloyd made the motion. Any questions on it? Yeah. Oddly enough, he's still awake. Vote. That's carried.
In Irvin. That's the, where there's been interest from the community is, we've had some reach out about the possibility of creating a community garden. Yeah, totally, yep.
11.5, Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 2023 Home and Leisure Trade Show. The recommended motion that council direct administration to register and attend the 2023 Home and Leisure Trade Show put on by the Medicine Hat Chamber of Commerce, March 3rd to 5th. And we've never done anything like that, but it would be great exposure, and we would like to try it.
Blaine, you're making that, or do you have comment on it?
No, I do have a comment. I think that's a great idea, because I think with our new video that was made promoting the county would be a great place for it to be promoted and show the values in the county. So I'll make that motion.
Any questions on it or comments?
Move that Dan has to sit there with the video.
New. Dan's already stuck there. Vote. That's carried. 11.6. Robin.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So I brought this forward on the agenda today after receiving, I'd say, 15 to 20 phone calls in the last couple of weeks with regards to the Cabin Lake Campground. I know Richard and I were at a meeting here a couple of weeks ago, and it was brought forward to us as a concern with regards to the increase in seasonal rates. I believe it went from $1,200 to $1,900. There was some concern with regards to how we came to that type of an increase, how fast, there's concerns among the users of the park, and the challenge that I've seen as I've listened to a lot of people is that in some cases you have non-county residents that are using the park, utilizing it for 4, 5, 6 months, and heck, we've got a self-declared mayor of the lake who takes great pride in representing and helping welcome people, and they take a lot of pride in the campground itself, their spots, and as I was hearing and listening to those who called in, there was a lot of questions, and I know that the county has, when I've spoken with staff, they've given me the talking points to kind of rationalize and justify why we're doing it, and I believe that a part of that rationale was trying to break even on the lots and the rentals. And I thought, with such an engaged group of people, what if we were to have a little bit more involvement where when we have things like this with the campground, where we promote the Cabin Lake Campground, we refer to it as a part of our tourism, and I thought, why wouldn't we, moving forward, even give them the opportunity to have a conversation with us, whether they have one or two members of their community or of those long-term renters that could meet with staff and maybe a couple of counselors and come up with some park-specific input. I know there were some concerns over basketball hoops that were going to be done, or concerns about the water in the lake level, and just to be able to form almost like an advisory group that once a year might meet. We can talk about where we're going with rates, what are some of the challenges or the direction of council, trying to make it kind of at the break even or where we're going, to get a little bit of skin in the game, I suppose, from the user perspective, and to be able to make recommendations through that group to council for consideration down the road. And it would, I think, allow for some two-way conversation and dialogue. And that was what I was hoping to bring forward today. It would be nice if we could have a bit of more of a piece put together by our communications director that explains the rationale behind the rate increases and how that is. But just to be able to, I think that we could have a win-win by utilizing engagement and having a meeting, and obviously we're not going to have a meeting with 20 or 30 people, but that they could maybe put forward two names like Bob, who's the mayor out there, and somebody else to come in and kind of represent some of those long-term users to bring some of their passions, desires, ideas forward, and then to be able to, because I think that they would also help to bring buy-in from those that they live with out there over the summer. So this is an opening for conversation. If this is what I think would make some sense, is to have an advisory group, and that would be the motion that I would come forward with, just to say that a couple of councillors, a couple staff, and say two people from that area form a team that could meet up and just talk about some of the questions or concerns, and then bring forward asks or recommendations for council's consideration, and that they can also be feet on the ground that can have conversations and help to communicate the whys and why we're doing what we're doing as council too. So that's my idea. Anybody wants to throw any questions over my way, I'm happy to ask them or answer.
Any questions? Dustin?
I guess I like the idea behind it, but instead of just being Cabin Lake, would it not be more advantageous to do it for, say, Sandy Point, if this campground does get going in Irvine, and have like I guess we could almost put it into a broader scope of things and have it as more of a recreational advisory committee that's kind of ad hoc from council. So I guess why I say that is I think a lot of the stuff that goes on, like we have a recreational board meeting essentially within the county that takes, and it's just council sitting there deciding where money goes. Now, would we be better off to take and have an advisory committee on that takes and encompasses the public into that as well, and whether that's a representative from each recreational area, and that includes a representative from each campground, and instead of us deciding where funding goes or how rates are going to be put into place, would it not make more sense to encompass it into everything? And that would make more sense to me than just having one for campgrounds. So, and not saying that they have the decision-making power on where a budget goes, but they make the recommendations back to council on where that it should be spent, or where we should spend it in that year. And at that point, I guess we decide what we do with it and what we don't. But it'd be an interesting concept to try, because I think it might actually give us a broader scope of what the community actually wants instead of what we think it wants.
Blaine?
Yeah, I understand your point there, Dustin. I just assumed that this would fall under the recreational direction that we already have from the community, or is this a new thing?
Well, essentially with campgrounds, we have nothing on them besides the fact that we rent out spaces in them. So being that we have seasonal people that have been there for longer than I've probably been around, to be perfectly honest, they know the needs and the wants of what actually goes on out there. So it's that's where I would think it might make sense, and I would think it might make sense to encompass it a little bit. And essentially, where I bring the community associations for say into it, it gives them another avenue to take and kind of promote what they want to us instead of their once-a-year piece of paper that they write in with their wants and their needs that we decide if they need it or not. It just gives another avenue. So, I don't know, it's just a thought I had. Take what you want.
Any other comments? Richard?
When we made the motion to increase the rates, we were working on cost recovery for not only the campgrounds, but a whole bunch of other items. And it wasn't as if we picked on the campgrounds. We just looked at it, said it has not had an increase for quite a while. We've spent money out there, and it's like everything else in the county. Our costs have gone up considerably, so we looked at raising those amounts, and that's what happened on that part of it there. And unfortunately, Robin wasn't here that day to participate in it. He was on another committee, or out of down Ottawa, I guess. But that's what happened. We just looked at it, and I think Steve maybe, and pass it on.
Brought it to us. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, it was something that was developed through the strat plan that council had done as a group. Knowing the future of the ability of the counties to fund is under attack and will continue to be under attack. So it was at that moment that when council developed that strategic plan to try to move towards cost recovery or user fees in place of taxation, where programs, instead of being subsidized heavily by general taxation and people that live in their homes, we would slowly but surely shift that cost onto the actual user of the service. And I can present a couple of facts if council's interested. Okay. So in 2022, the campgrounds lost about $88,000. In 2023, we'll reduce our loss to $75,000. So by no means are we at cost recovery yet. We're still losing about $75,000 a year in subsidies for that service. And currently we have 80 people on the waiting list that are actively waiting to get into that. And I know facts can sometimes have an edge to them, and I apologize for that, but those are in fact the facts.
Steve, has there been conversation with regards to it? There's 75,000 that's still as a loss, and we're moving towards cost recovery. What does the final destination on that look like? Are we talking $5,000 for a seasonal, or are we talking $25,000 for a seasonal? Just curious as to what the end game on that looks like.
Well, when we look at numbers, it's really easy to overlook the social aspect of the programs we deliver, so we always want to be considerate of that. So without considering the social aspects, it would have to double again and then double again to break even. Our movement of that rather large increase didn't really put much of a dent in the bottom line. So not considering the social aspect of the programs we do, it's got a long way to go.
Richard?
And as council proceeds over the next few years, Robin, that's also where a decision will be made of how much we really want to do a cost recovery. But we just looked at that number during that discussion when Public Works had brought a whole bunch of other stuff forward, and it was looked at and said, okay, well, we're going to have to cut the loss a little bit. And that's why it went up. Unfortunately, that's a big number, but there hasn't been an increase for how many years? And that's when we get caught in that circle of, it's all of a sudden it's huge, where sometimes I think if we did it a little bit at a time, it wouldn't be as bad. We didn't, and yeah, the onus is on us.
Dustin?
Here's me just having brain farts all the time. But would it be an idea to start running, say, cabin wake, like more of a recreational board, where they get a certain amount of money a year to operate, and they have to come up with the volunteer hours to do it, to achieve stuff, where the county's comping a lot of that stuff right now. And let's be honest, it costs us a lot more money than it costs to get volunteers to take and do stuff. You know, one weekend, the people planting trees is a $25,000 bill to us. So would it make sense to research running it more like a recreational board, and would the people be interested in doing it? Because if the people that have these seasonal lots, at which I think still is a fairly fair price, if they would be interested in doing some of that footwork and you know, putting a little bit of their time into the properties, much like what we do with our community halls and our community parks, it might make it a lot more sustainable to run and keep the costs lower for them as the people that use it.
Steve? Oh, I thought you did.
Maybe I do. Maybe I was showing body language. Just one other fact that it would be broken down to $12 a night. I know when we look at that as in aggregate, it is quite an increase. When Councillor Vossler, when you were speaking, one thing that came to my mind was the rec master plan that Jeffrey and I had brought a couple years back now, and it talked about accessible recreation, and I understood exactly what you were saying, but we have to keep in mind in that rec master plan that we approved accessible, so that means for everyone, and if it became a society, if that were the case, then that might be going against that plan, but that's just me thinking out loud.
I guess it's not quite what I was getting at, but essentially we have that current number of lots out there right now that are zoned as seasonal, and there's usually the same people or the same handful of people that are there every single year. And then there's still going to be that number of rent by night lots. And essentially I look at it as we're the community, like a community association where we run a facility and collect the rentals and use rentals for improvements on the facility, but we don't own the facility. So that's where I fall underneath the recreational idea of it. And it's just a thought out there that, you know, volunteer labor is cheaper than paid labor any day of the week. And it's the same as, you know, Suffield Hall takes and has a custodian that works for nothing. And they do it out of the goodness of their heart, where Seven Persons Hall has a custodian they pay for, because the hall's so big that you can't get someone to volunteer to do it because it takes 5 hours to clean it top to bottom. So, you know, it's if they establish that committee and they can correlate that, and essentially they run with the seasonal manager instead of the county running the seasonal manager. They work out of their funding that they get to take and pay that person, and however it may go, you know, I'm not going to sit here and lay the whole thing on the table today, but it's just an idea I had. If we want to try to keep and make things more affordable, if people are willing to put a little bit of blood, sweat, and tears into it, it makes everything more affordable to take and run it.
Shane?
I see where you're coming from, Dustin, and I'd like to know how Golden Chief Park runs and operates. I think they have a society out there with 40 Mile, but I'd like to know the details of how they operate theirs, and I believe 40 Mile too is under. I mean, what do they call that, 40 Mile Reservoir campground out there? How they're all run, are they run by a society and the county just gives them a bit, or they look after it? It'd be interesting to know how they run.
I know a little bit on 40 Mile. Yeah, and 40 Mile actually has their own society, and Golden Chief has their own, and they're independent from the county. But farther than that, I don't know any information on them. But I know they have a budget each year for each park, and they have to do their servicing within that.
Wayne?
No, he pretty well said. I talked to a guy at the ASP conference actually, so I think the county does manage it though, because the fella I was talking to, he was the CEO he was on the ASP board, and he actually managed because he was getting a call from somebody from the 40 Mile Park, so I think they still look after managing it. But we can find out.
Yeah, I know, I'd just like to know how they operate, so it gives us a tool, or, yeah, comparables.
Yeah, we can look into it, but one of the things like your suggestion, I don't know, because it's not all ratepayers of Cypress County that are out there, so.
I'm not sure if that's really relevant, because essentially, when they're taking and they're staying out there with a seasonal pass, they'd be a seasonal resident of the county. Not much different than what the people of Elkwater are. You know, they're not contributing a tax base into the county per se, but they're contributing a nightly rent. So, for us to take and do something like that, you know, it might be not the same as, you may not see it anywhere, but it's not something out of the ordinary that we couldn't do.
Elkwater does contribute a tax base.
I know I said Elkwater contributes a tax base, I said that's what the difference is, where they're paying nightly, where Elkwater contributes a tax base. So essentially though, it's kind of the same philosophy. Instead of paying taxes, they're paying by the night or paying by the year. So really a seasonal spot in Cabin Lake is the same price as any cabin I could afford in Elkwater's tax rate a year.
Carolyn?
Mr. Chairman, so if council desires, all we need is a motion of council sharing the direction that you wish us to bring back more information.
Well, I have a motion on the floor right now for,
I view that as a friendly amendment. Yeah, let's just to have staff go out and come back with further information on what the operating practices of a couple of these other parks might look like, and for further discussion. Yeah.
didn't need to get that though, comparison. Keith?
This question might be a little out of order, but I kind of like Justin's idea of some of the responsibility going back to the people that use it on a seasonal basis. I like the idea of being involved, and I think if I stayed there year-round, I'd want to have some kind of involvement and some say in the direction, and I'd want to know who to be able to go to with my ideas and for improvements or management or whatever. And I think this liaison between the users of a campground and us as council, I think that's an important link that we somehow need to investigate and to develop.
And it's also important to identify that we don't own that land. We lease that from Alberta Environment, so it's a different dynamic as well. So it's not like another municipality, even like Sandy Point. We don't own that either. We just lease that from the province. So that's it's not the same dynamic as others. So
I think Richard would be the same. So, I'm pretty sure that staff had brought forward some comparison prices for us when we made the decision to do the increase. But, it's definitely something that if we're gonna carry on, which this motion, which I do like, but we'll have that information for you to show what other campgrounds are paying. That would help a bit, I'm sure, and it would help us too, so.
Michelle?
I like this last motion. I'm not sure about the rec board for just Cabin Lake, because I think if we're going to do that, we should encompass all of Cypress County's parks or campgrounds into one. But I'm not opposed to the idea, and I do like that last motion of getting others, finding out, getting more information. Thanks.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor for that. Any more questions on it?
That council direct administration to bring back more information and comparison on other municipal campgrounds in comparison to Cabin Lake and Sandy Point.
The operating model of,
Okay, vote. That's carried. 11.7. Oh, thanks. So this one was just brought up for the, to bring all the letters in. I had to find a place to put it on the agenda. So if there's any discussion on that, or move for information, whatever you guys want. Richard?
I'll make the motion to receive for information.
Okay, any comments on it? Michelle?
I was approached by someone that was here this morning, and, sorry, I lost my train of thoughts. Go ahead.
I'm okay with receiving for information. I guess my question is, where do we go from here? Like, will we absorb everything right now, think about it, and then have a conversation on what, if anything, we take from that? Or, I guess that's my question. If we're hanging tight and gonna discuss it a little bit more at the next meeting, once everything's calmed down, then great. I'm just curious.
Richard?
We definitely will do some more, I feel we'll do some more discussion on the library, but it has to be in camera because we have some people's reputations that are gonna be on the line, okay?
Michelle?
I remembered what I was going to say, sorry. I was asked this morning about the letters that we received, if they were public, and I said they were not public because of FOIP. And she asked how to make them public, and I informed them to call staff, and you have to sign some sort of release in order to make it public. I don't know if that works, but that's what I told her.
So many of the letters have personal information in them. They have to be vetted, and none of them been vetted. So remember when we did the open houses and such for the arena and for the Dunmore Equestrian Center, remember that? So we had a bunch of surveys and people wrote comments. What was taken, the actual letters were not public knowledge because of people's personal information in there. What was taken from there was highlights of their thoughts that they wanted contributed. So if we were to do that, we could go, and I have not vetted these yet. Upon quick review, there is personal information in here, and so what we could do is we could compile a kind of a synopsis of the letters, if council wishes to proceed like that.
I don't think this was a request from council. This was just a request from a ratepayer asking how she could have her letter put out there. So.
Her own personal letter?
Yes, her own personal letter, because I told her, like.
That her personally, she can do it, but to see other people's, other people to see other people's, we'd have to vet them.
Yeah, and
but
that's.
If what she personally does?
Well, whatever, if you guys receive a phone call about that, that's what it was for.
Sounds good.
Any other comments on it? Vote. Oh, mine didn't work either. Keith, Richard, you're not getting a break until you vote.
I need a break.
Yeah.
That might have been a scene.
That's carried. Oh. Mr. Hawk.
Back to, we should make a motion that we put everything on hold till we have further discussion on it, because the tender was closing today, so we gotta just put it on hold. And next council meeting, we have more. Once we got everything digested, figure out everybody's speeches, and then we can sit down and talk about it again. But I think staff needs some direction on what to do with this tender closing today. So just to put it on hold for now.
That's your motion?
That'd be my motion. Put the Urban Community Resource Center on hold till further discussions.
So yeah, we'll have to put timeline, because when a tender comes, you can have an extension of decisions, so. So the Wednesday after the next council, or it'd be Thursday, I guess, because of family day long weekend.
Next council meeting, we'll make.
Yeah, the Wednesday,
We'll have
the
discussion.
council will be the Wednesday, so then we'll extend it to the Thursday.
Yeah, but it gives everybody a chance to digest what was all said today and brought forward to us in their presentations.
Postpone it till next council meeting.
Yes.
That's your motion?
Yes.
Everybody clear? Vote.
How do you do that? Push this button.
Yeah, well, the one that finally comes up. Yeah. Okay, that's carried. A 10-minute break. And I'm giving you an extra smoke, so come on.